Councilmember Weiss? Here. And Councilmember Rodriguez is not with us at this point.
He unfortunately had a family emergency, so he will not be with us this evening.
Okay.
Do we have Dr. Clarence Creighton, Jr., pastor from the Rise Church? Thank you. Please rise for the invocation. Thank you, Pastor, for being with us this evening.
Thank you for the invitation. God bless you. Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, first let me say thank you. Thank you on behalf of all who are gathered here today. And thank you for the many blessings you have bestowed upon each of us. Your word declares that we are to pray for those in leadership so we may live a quiet and peaceful life. Therefore, I pray for our mayor, our city council members, the various levels of city officials, and for the citizens of Oceanside. May we be willing as leaders and citizens alike come together to replace division with unity, violence with peace, injustice with justice. I pray that we all come to understand that unity, peace, and justice are not promised results of divine intervention, but blessings that we must work together for every day. I pray that you will guide this council as they meet to discuss matters regarding our city. Let their motivation in everything they want to do be for the good of the public and not their own. Remind them that they are not only leaders, but also servants. And that is a responsibility to serve for the common good of all. Grant them wisdom, courage to know what to do, how to do it, to do what's right, to do what's just, to do what is true. May they speak out when it's time to speak out, and listen patiently and respectfully when it's time to listen. May each council member be guided by the spirit of community, by the spirit of justice, and by the spirit of your love. This we ask in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Creighton, and that is from the Rise Church. Please remain standing for the national anthem, and could I have the OHS choir enter?
As they're setting up behind me, I'd like to introduce Elise Thompson. She is a senior in the choir, and she is my student conductor who will be conducting this. And if you all would remain standing after, she will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please remain standing as we do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Wow. That was great.
Well, thank you. You have seen nothing yet.
Wow, you guys, I had goosebumps, okay? Wasn't that wonderful? This is the Oceanside High School Choir. We have the director, Leah Ritt, here, and they have a very special presentation, and they're going to talk about a few things, and then they're going to sing another song. But wasn't that fantastic? Yeah. Leah.
Thank you so much, Mayor Sanchez, for having us here today. It's really, really special that we got to be invited here, and it's awesome that we get to share the spotlight with Juan Hernandez and his kids who are going to be up after us. So it's a whole Oceanside High School day, which is great. Go Pirates! Go Pirates! Amy, right in front of me. Amy is going to talk to you guys about something special that we are preparing for this year. It's the first time that our choir will be traveling out of state. So she's going to talk a little bit about that.
Hi, everyone. My name's Amy Osuna. I'm a senior at OHS. Behind me is the Soundwave Show Choir team and a couple of our concert choirs. So we're looking for our community support to allow us to go to Boston, Massachusetts next spring to compete in a competition, as well as visiting some of the United States early history landmarks, as in the Salem Witch Trials, Freedom Walks, all like the fun little Boston stuff. We're also looking for sponsorships from our local businesses to help each student reach their goal of $2,000. If you cannot, we'd also like to invite you guys to come to Spectacular next Thursday, October 27th, to see us, Soundwave Show Choir, Theater, and Orchestra perform. Tickets are on sale on our OHS VMA website, which I believe should be on your agenda. Thank you.
I just want to say this is especially special for me because I was on the OHS choir and honor choir, and these guys rocked it out. I mean, they were definitely better than our choir was back then. But I want to say that we do have the website in the agenda for you to be able to find out more about the choir and support for the choir, because these kids have not been out of state and they're going to compete. And that is how good they are. So I'm hoping that you all will consider helping them to get there, get to Boston, and they have one more song, right? You guys rock.
Thank you, Mayor. Information about our sponsorships are on our website. You can Google search OHS VMA. It is really special, and we've raised about $15,000 so far. We have a $75,000 goal, so we need all the help we can get. So if any of you know any businesses that would sponsor some of our beautiful kids, please send them our way. This next one is called Golden Afternoon.
Oceanside High School Choir. Take a bow, guys. Take a bow. Thank you. Picture time. Picture.
Okay.
Window time.
Smile. Say cheese.
There you go. That's singing cheese. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Leah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. That was amazing.
Well, this does seem to be OHS night here at City Council. Our next presentation is by Oceanside Unified School District, the OHS, Oceanside High School, Career Technical Education, that's CTE, Environmental Innovation, and Engineering Academy. It's a lot of words there. But what they're going to do is they're going to do a presentation about fast fashion. What is fast fashion? Well, we're going to find out about it. And we've got today, we have teacher Juan Hernandez, and we also have Eric Joyce, Oceanside Unified School District trustee. So come on down.
Thanks for everybody being here tonight. I'm sure you have some really important things to talk about. But it's OHS night, and you can't beat this. So for every meeting that you have, we got more and more talented students doing things in our high schools that you should be really proud of. So without further ado, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Sanchez and City Council members. We appreciate you giving us the opportunity. Again, my name is Juan Hernandez, and I'm a teacher at Oceanside High School, and I'm actually on the environmental science side of our Environmental Innovation Academy. So our students spend a lot of time in 3 different courses studying various environmental sustainability topics. The students that you see here tonight are all part of our capstone or our 3rd year course. If they've taken 2 other courses with me, good thing or bad thing, I don't know, but they're here and they're gonna share a little bit about their presentation on fast fashion and its connection to environmental sustainability. I'd like to turn it over to Estrella, who's gonna talk to you a little bit more about the project itself.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Sherry Martin, and I'm one of the students in his pathway. And this is one of the projects we started early in the beginning of the year. One of our first units that we're talking about is sustainable fashion or fast fashion, kind of like what's it about and what's have it been doing to the earth and like the environmental destruction of it. And we've seen a lot of things about it. Like first, I'll just talk about what is fast fashion. Fast fashion is just the massively produced items and clothes. Right now, you might be wearing something made of fast fashion if it's like H&M or like Shein and any of those big corporations. You'll be seeing. Here, our presentation was kind of talks about like fast fashion facts, the amount of water that it produces and goes to waste. We know now that there's a lot of water that we don't have that we can like drink in portable water. And in fast fashion has wasted about 20% of that water being produced. And also, the average American throws away about 81.5 pounds of clothes each year. That's so much clothes because all that clothes goes into landfills and like just gets piled away. And before, how fast fashion was like sustainable and more like at least durable materials, other countries could have used it and repurposed it. But now because of the materials that are like cheaply produced and just fall apart, we can't really do that in those countries. So they just throw them away and like end up in landfill, which is horrible. Okay, one of the biggest things that fast fashion has contributed to that helped it was trends in like social media. Because in social media, we'll be seeing influencers like telling what's in right now, what's a fashion, and like what's a trend, kind of like what outfits to wear, or like once a week is done of certain styles or certain shirt from this company, that company, the next thing rolls around. Social media has played a huge role because it gets consumers to like follow these trends and follow these influence because they want to be like them, they want to fit in, they want to follow the trends, they want to be trendy, which is something hugely impacting our youth today too. And I'll be the first to say that I have bought into fast fashion. You probably have bought into fast fashion. Your kids, you probably all know someone that's bought into fast fashion. But the thing that we're trying to do today is kind of bring awareness and just show what fast fashion has done. So onto our project. Our project was mostly just talking about how fast fashion is bad for the environment and what can it do. And we're just showing like recycled materials can be turned into like wearable clothes or clothes into fashion. And we just want to like produce these outfits. And we had multiple teams in our school kind of showing them. Here right now, you'll be able to see some of the students from our class demonstrating our outfits. You see Erin on the left and Julian, and you'll be seeing Mark and Evan on the right. Our students the students here put a lot of effort into all these outfits, and you can see all of them have their unique design, but one thing all that has in common is that it's all made from recycled materials. From the band to the crown to the hats to the shirts, you'll all be seeing it's like something you find in your household items. And these are outfits made from recycled materials. So if we can show that we can make outfits out of recycled materials and things would be thrown away, why can't they make outfits that are more sustainably produced than those cheaply made products? Thank you very much, and I'll hand it to these people to show off their outfits even more. I would like to give a big thank you for Mark, Evan, and Julian, and Erin for all coming here and showing their outfits. Thank you.
What do you think of our students at OHS, right? A student. I think she sounded like she already had her business that was challenging fast fashion, who's going to come out with her own line, right? I think you guys all came out with your own line, huh? So this is where, this is why I asked Eric to be here. This is where our schools, Oceanside Unified School District is going, is really trying to explore ways for our kids to be prepared after high school, the different things that are out there, not just college, but everything above and beyond. So did you want to say something about that? Because I know you were really working on this.
Well, I just know that career technical education is extremely important. And I think when you've been out of school for as long as some of us have, it's important to be reminded about the kind of incredible work that they're doing that is hands-on, that's creative and technical and scientific and forward-thinking. And we have young people that are going to be prepared for whatever comes their way because they have this tremendous experience. So thank you all for showing it off and being willing to come up in front. That takes a lot of courage. Yes, sir.
So we're going to have a picture here. Picture, guys. Pose. Thank you. Thank you very much. Another big hand for these kids, for our students. Thank you. Next is closed session report. We actually did not have a closed session today, so next is the consent calendar, and those are items 4 through 17. Is there a motion to approve? There's a motion?
Mayor, I'd like to pull item 9, and I'll second the motion for the balance.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Pulling 9, are there any requests from the public to pull?
There are no requests from the public to pull.
Okay, let's vote then.
Motion approved, 4-0.
Thank you. Item number 9 is approval of a purchase order in the amount of $4 million to Pierce Manufacturing, Inc. of Appleton, Wisconsin, for the purchase of 2 Type 1 fire engines and 1 tiller truck. Authorize an additional $260,000 for the purchase of radios and equipment to be installed in the units. Appropriation of from the fleet fund in the amount of $915,000 to the fire fleet replacement account. Approval of the utilization of sole source procurement, and authorization for the financial services director or designee to execute the purchase order. Do we have someone who can answer questions for Councilmember Weiss?
I won't need well, I will have a question for Mr. Scott in a moment, but Part of, on page 2 of the staff report, it indicates that we are borrowing $900,000 just over from the Fleet Reserve Fund, and that fund is going to be reimbursed after a 30-year period per the terms of the funding plan. I would just like to make sure that staff somehow memorializes that in some formal fashion so that 20 years from now, when Chief Lawrence and I are sitting on the beach in Scotland probably, there is a defined period and understanding that that money is going to be repaid. So as long as that is somehow formalized between finance and the city manager and the fire department, I will move approval of staff recommendation. And I do have a question for Chief Scott.
I'll second the motion. Chief Scott?
What are we doing this weekend?
Excuse me?
What are we doing this weekend?
We are going to be racing Ironman in Sacramento.
And how many will that have been?
This is number 9, sir.
And how many more do you have
year.
left?
One more this year.
So Mr. Scott is doing 10 Ironmans in how many months?
This will be 12 months.
Congratulations, sir.
Wow. Thank you. We do have a motion.
Okay.
Yeah. He was worried. I could tell he was worried, but congratulations. There's a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 4-0.
I've had a request, special request from Kathy Kinane. Kathy, did you want to come up and talk about a special event that's happening next month for people who are getting ready or have time to get ready for, what is it? Can you tell what she's wearing? The turkey trot.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Sanchez and City Council members. I'm Kathy Kinane, Race Director for the 17th Annual Oceanside Turkey Trot and Executive Director of the Move Your Feet Before You Eat Foundation. Yes, the trot is happening again live in downtown Oceanside on Thanksgiving morning, and we only have 5 weeks to go. There's still time to get in shape, whether you run, walk, or trot. By the way, 80% of the people walk. We have a 5-mile run, a 5K run, walk, and kids run. We call it a hug fest, as you see many of your friends and family out on the course and give them a hug. We want to thank our major sponsors, the City of Oceanside, the County of San Diego, Front Wave Credit Union, Tri-City Medical Center, and new this year, Ace Hardware Oceanside. We are very proud of our collaboration with over 86 schools and nonprofits that serve Oceanside residents. The nonprofit and schools are able to raise funds for their organizations, motivate their students and employees to be healthy, and get some good public exposure. We'd also like to thank the 450 dedicated volunteers who helped make it happen. Last year, we were so happy. Fox National Weather News covered the event live for 5 minutes. We were getting emails and calls from all over the country when they saw Oceanside in the national news. Oops, I need help.
"16 years ago, inspired to start this turkey trot. Why?"
We want people to move their feet before they eat. A better start to the day. And of course, we have 70-degree weather here in Oceanside today. It is spectacular.
She's rubbing it in just a little bit.
I know, you can't.
The money collected, where does that go to, Kathy?
So it goes to the Move Your Feet Before You Eat Foundation, and it goes to 90 other nonprofits and schools that serve the Oceanside residents here in California.
All right, so that was just a little clip of the national news coverage. And then new to our marketing campaign this year is a 90-second commercial about the trot and the foundation that'll be airing on American Airlines starting in November. I'm going to skip the version of that, but this year we are expecting 7,000 to 8,000 participants, and 3,000 of them will be residents of Oceanside who will be moving their feet before they eat. We have shirts and medals for everyone, and I don't know how to get out of there. Great entertainment along the course. A highlight of our event is a side-splitting costume contest and heated competition for the largest teams. To register for the trot, please go to osideturkeytrot.com. You can just show the poster again. There you go. So you can register at our website, and it's a lot of fun. It was voted one of the top trots in the country 3 times in the last 10 years, and we're very proud to be a part of that event. Thank you very much, Mayor
Thank you,
Sanchez.
Kathy. Under general items, item number 18, approval of a professional services agreement on not to exceed $1.1 million with California Waters Development, Inc. of Yorba Linda for design build services for the Brook Street Swim Pool renovations project. Appropriation of $124,340 from the Parks Rec Fees Fund, and authorization for the city manager to execute the agreement. And today we have a report by Dara Woods, our senior civil engineer.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Dara Woods. I'm with the Development Services Engineering Division. The item before you tonight is the Brook Street Swim Center renovations project. Tonight, staff is recommending that City Council approve a professional services agreement not to exceed $1.1 million with California Waters Development, Inc. for a design build service contract for the Brook Street Swim Center renovations project, and appropriate $124,340 from the Parks Fee Fund and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement. A little background, the facility opened in 1976, and there's been numerous renovations completed over the years. And a timeline of recent activities is in 2011 was the last major project to plaster the main and wading pools. 2014, a needs assessment was conducted, and in 2022, the city received grant funding from the state and county for these facilities. Staff determined that the best method would be a progressive design build contract, and the main scope of work for the project includes the replacement of the deck, plastering the main and wading pools, replacement of mechanical equipment, and there are some additional other improvements that are required by California Building Code and Department of Environmental Health, which include items like the panic hardware for fencing and upgrading tile markers. Staff prepared a request for proposal in May. Proposals were due in July. We had 6 firms that attended our mandatory pre-bid. 1 firm submitted, which is California Waters Development. They also submitted on our previous Marshall Street Swim Center pool replastering project. So staff concluded that they were qualified and experienced to proceed with the project. The schedule, it's anticipated that construction would be completed by summer of '23. So pool closures are anticipated between January and June of '23. And operations would be temporarily moved over to the Marshall Street Swim Center. We do have several funding sources for the project. The total estimate for the construction is $1.3 million. And based on these funding sources, we have determined that there's sufficient funding for the project. And in conclusion, staff recommends that City Council approve a professional services agreement not to exceed $1.1 million with California Waters Development, Inc. Appropriate $124,340 from the Parks Fee Fund and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement. So with that, I'm available for any questions you might have.
Thank you. Do we have any requests to speak from the public?
We have no requests from the public to speak on this item.
Okay. There's a motion and a second to approve. What a great project this is. Please vote.
Motion approved, 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the, yes. Going to go to item number 22. Councilmember Jensen, you ready for that? Okay, so this is a request by Councilmember Jensen and Councilmember Rodriguez and to direct staff to update the city's recreational facility usage policies to ensure a more equitable and transparent reservation and user group prioritization process. I understand we have several people to speak.
To 16 members of the public wishing to speak on this
16?
item. Yeah, 1-6. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's get started. Why don't we cut it to 2 minutes each so we can hear from as many people as possible. We do have a time certain item at 6 o'clock, so did you want to go ahead and start?
Is anybody up there registering to speak on this item? No? Probably. Okay, we'll just start for item number 20. Oh, is anybody currently registering for this item?
Item number 22.
No.
If you wish to speak, please sign up to speak right now.
And again, item number 23 has been continued to November 2nd. That is the dog park item. So what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and start calling up speakers.
So, Clerk Navarro, could you repeat that a little louder so everyone
sure.
understands? What's happening with item 23?
Item number 23, which is the council member item regarding the dog park, has been continued.
Dog Beach.
Dog Beach, I'm sorry. Has been continued to the November 2nd city council.
Okay, so we're not hearing the Dog Beach item tonight.
We are not hearing the Dog Beach item tonight.
Yeah, well, that was like the 4th or 5th announcement. Thank you.
All right, our first speaker is Raquel Alvarez, to be followed by Glenn Hinton, to be followed by Arlene Hammerschmidt.
My apologies, we're asking you to speak for 2 minutes unless you terribly need the 3.
Good afternoon. I am Raquel Alvarez, trustee with OUSD. I have attended both ad hoc meetings and I've heard and listened to other community meetings that need to have equitable access to fields and spaces for our youth and families. In the process, I have learned more about the joint use agreement between Oceanside Unified School District and the City of Oceanside. The joint use agreement was created for the purpose of having safe spaces for OUSD scholars in the city to have multiple places available. The joint use agreement was manipulated by Mark Olson to include charter school when they should not have been. Therefore, those facilities that were used or put under the current joint use agreement with Oceanside Unified should be charged at full parks and rec fees and placed under separate joint use agreement with the city. An investigation into Mark Olson's actions should be transparent. The joint use agreement between Oceanside Unified School District and the city of Oceanside, although OUSD has oversight authority over a number of local charter schools, including Coastal Academy and Pacific View Charter School, they are not currently parties of the joint use agreement between OUSD and the city. OUSD is currently in the process of working collaboratively with the city to renew the joint use agreement to continue the cooperation between the city and OUSD in facilitating student and community access to shared public facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for the record, this item is requesting, directing staff to update the city's recreational facility usage policies to ensure a more equitable and transparent reservation and user group prioritization process. Just once more, I wanted to say what this is about. Next.
Glenn Hinton, to be followed by Arlene Hammerschmidt, to be followed by James Brunt.
Madam Mayor, council members, thank you for having me. My name is Glenn Hinton. I'm the athletic director at Coastal Academy High School. I'm also a retired Marine with over 21 years of service. I'm an Oceanside resident and own a home in Oceanside since 2001, and I currently reside in District 2. I'd just like to provide, if you don't mind, a quick overview of our athletic program at Coastal Academy High School. We are in year 5 of our athletic program, and we have 17 athletic teams and around 100 athletes that are part of our program. We will continue to grow, especially as we move next year to our new campus in South Oceanside. Our athletic program is designed to provide opportunities for our athletes to help grow their character and learn valuable life lessons. We teach our athletes about respecting each other, our opponents, the referees, and our opponents' fan base. We also teach our athletes about overcoming adversity in a positive manner. Our mission statement for our athletic program is our purpose is to guide our student athletes in developing young men and women of strong character into confident, responsible, and compassionate adults who have a positive impact in our community. We are wholly dependent upon the city of Oceanside for our facilities, and without the facilities for our athletic program, we would not be able to continue. And we are very grateful to the city for this. As such, Coastal Academy wants to be good partners with the city of Oceanside, and we do our best to be good stewards of the athletic facilities we use. As a school, we have donated bleachers to the city for use of the Junior Seau Beach Community Center. We have donated clay and chalk for baseball and softball fields. Our parents have participated in field days prior to the start of the season to pull weeds, put up sunshades, and help to get the fields ready for use. Our parents have purchased topsoil to fill in gopher holes in the fields to protect young athletes from injury. And our coaches and our parents clean the facilities we use of trash, cigarette butts, used alcohol containers, and sometimes drug paraphernalia from the fields before.
Thank you very much,
practices.
sir. Thank you. Next.
Arlene Hammerschmidt, to be followed by James Brunt, to be followed by Gordon Chavez.
Good evening, Arlene Hammerschmidt, Fire Mountain. I've been following this for over a year since there was a large athletic forum attached with Save Our Streets and with the Samoan Cultural Celebration. And right off the top, I'd like to ask that you approve this 4-0 and include a independent investigation of the Recreation Department, the way these fields and facilities are assigned, as well as a perception of, wow, I don't know how to say this. The questions are, who received these portable bleachers at Junior Seau Beach Center? Who put them together? Was that appropriate? Who has the liability for that? And in addition, we need that 6-month following report on the El Corazon Aquatic Center. Is it meeting the predictions? Where's the money going? How many people are hired? What are their salaries? That's kind of a mess too. But the bottom line here is all of the decision-making documents for who gets what facility, when, and what your priorities are, and what you pay need to be completely redone. And what's happened in the past where there have been misassignments needs to be corrected and made public so that the public can trust Parks and Recreation again. Because right now, that is not happening. So thank you for your time and attention. Yes, 4-0, yes.
Thank you. Next.
James Brunn, to be followed by Gordon Chavez, to be followed by Samuel Pumeli. We do have 2 podiums, so as I call your name down, please step up to the next available podium.
Good evening, Mayor Sanchez and City Council members, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is James Brunt. I'm the president of the Oceanside Monarchs Youth Football and Cheer. I'm also a coach for the 10-year-olds and the 12-year-old team. I've also donated my time to the Parks and Recs summer camp on Fridays with my kids in the past. Today is my birthday, a time where you should be celebrating with family and friends. However, I chose to be here to speak on such an important topic, the future of our kids. I'm here to speak on 2 things specifically. First, field shortage. Yesterday, our program is at Melba Bishop. We're out in the outfield, and we have a baseball team in the community practicing hitting balls right next to us. One of our kids actually rolled his ankle on the ball. And when I called to figure out why are we in this situation, the problem is there's not enough fields. So I have video on my phone. The kids are literally 2 feet away playing baseball, and the balls are just flying into our practice field because we have nowhere else to go. Also, the second thing is just transparency within the Parks and Recs department. They're saying a lot of fields are already being occupied. I also have video footage of fields that weren't occupied. At Melba Bishop, there's 4 baseball fields. 2 of those fields weren't being used. It was completely pitch black. We have 6 football teams all sharing one little outfield. So what I'm trying to say is we We need to do help. We need to do better because at the end of the day, we're trying to get these kids off the street. And in order for that to happen, we need more field. We need transparency. We need more help. We have groups of volunteers that are willing to step in to the Parks and Recs committee to do that for us. And, you know, at the end of the day, you know, we need to do something now.
Thank you, James, and happy birthday, James. Thank you for being here.
Gordon Chavez, to be followed by Samuel Pumelli, to be followed by Janae Alms.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. I appreciate being able to speak to you today. My name is Gordon Chavez. My family moved to Oceanside in 1980. I grew up here in Oceanside. My wife and I are raising 4 boys here in Oceanside. And being able to keep the boys busy, participating in positive activities is super important to us. And I didn't necessarily have that when I was a kid, and I didn't necessarily participate in positive things all the time, but to know that our city has resources, and those resources aren't necessarily going to our youth as much as they should. It's a sad thing to say. We have community members here in our city that are willing to give time, invest in our youth, and facilitate and organize programs for our kids. And our parks and our rec centers are not filled on a regular basis. There doesn't seem to be a clear path on how somebody, a community member, could go in, start a program, and do something positive for our kids. There doesn't seem to be enough transparency in that whole process. I think that if we're able to do something where we can investigate, figure out what needs to change, what needs to be improved so that we can have this transparency, so that we can have a direct process or a clear process, step-by-step process on how to do this. I mean, I think that the number one thing that any city, any mayor, any city council member would want is a community member to step up and say, I'm ready to start a program with our youth. And it's a hard thing to do. You'd think that that'd be one of the easiest things to do, and that's not happening. So thank you so much for this opportunity. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Samuel Pumelli, to be followed by Janae Alms, to be followed by Gary Kupel.
Before I begin, I'd like to thank the Honorable Mayor and City Council members for giving me this opportunity to speak today. Just a quick share as far as who I am. Basically, I'm Samoan. Basically, my parents are in the military. They came here back in the 50s. I was born and raised here, so naturally my heart goes deep in any issue that has to do as the one we're speaking on today. Born back in 59, basically a native son of Oceanside. I'm standing before you because of things that have pretty much come to this point with the Parks and Recreation Department. Looking into the practices of this department, being here my whole life, I've seen a lot of changes. But the thing that's always been dear to me, and I can say this on behalf of any native Oceansider, especially those who grow up here, is that number one, we're diverse. The first thing you learn about Oceanside. Number two, we're connected, which means whatever happens to one of us happens to all of us. The reason why we're pushing for this is because there's been a lot of abuses in the last few years. It has to do with the Parks and Recreation. And put it quite plainly, we've had our programs run by local kids that were born here. They come back from college, some from the pro levels, to open up programs for our youth. And in doing so, what's happening is there's a lot of practices that this department has been abusing, which basically has been shutting out our kids. This is a violation, not only a violation, but basically it's a slap in the face to any Oceansider that was born here. Because we're a blue-collar town. I keep telling people, if you understand Oceanside, understand we're blue. We came from a blue-collar background. Military off to the north. And when we went out to fight in this community, whether it was in sports or anything, we stuck together because we were on the bottom tier. So to see the money coming into Oceanside in these days and seeing how it's affecting the decision-making process, people and doing their due diligence in the positions they are, and in some cases abusing them, we feel violated. We feel
Thank you, Sam.
Violated because how can you work with people that you can't trust? So people keep telling us move forward. Well, how do we move forward?
Thank you, Sam.
Move forward if you guys look into these things, give us the proper representation to look at these things seriously, hear our voices, and work with us so this way our community will move from here. Because I can tell you, we're not really blue collar anymore. A lot of people are now educated.
Thank you,
More money's
Sam.
coming into the town. We're facing different challenges from different views. To do that, we have to have a broad outlook.
Mr. Pumeli, we have 18 more speakers we got to get through, so
Okay.
your time is up,
Thank you so
unfortunately.
much.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Janae Holmes?
I know that wasn't for me, but.
Good to see you again.
Yes. I am Janae Alms. I was prior on the Parks and Recs Commission, and during that time, I went on the ad hoc committee where we were discussing a lot of these items, and I've met with a lot of the people that are here today. And our goal at that point was to try to make things more transparent, make them easier. And so my experience may have been a little bit different. As a past Melba Bishop president at the pickleball facility and also as a tournament director there, my comparison came from when I used to have to look for a permit and now when I go and try to get a permit, and it's vastly improved. Now it's much easier to apply for it. We quickly get something back, letting us know that the application has been received, and then right after that, within a day or two is all, versus sometimes 6 weeks, we're told, yes, you can have that. With the calendar that we suggested, they put that in. That's been very helpful. The concern I'm seeing, which was not what I came to speak about, was that there is not enough facilities, and I absolutely agree with that. But it is very important that we can have permits. Right now, I run a women's league, and on Tuesday night and during the day, and this brings our communities together. We have people from all walks of life, from socioeconomic differences, with their political differences are there, but when they come and play pickleball, and no one is excluded, when they come to play pickleball at a permitted time, they know they can show up there, they know they're gonna enjoy what they're doing. So if we get rid of the permit process, it will cause all these programs to go away. You can't have a large program, which we have over 250 women involved in this, if they don't know they're gonna be able to show up there, and if we can't trust that we can have a tournament. I just ask you to please keep that permit as you work on all of these issues with getting more fields, which we absolutely need more facilities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Gary Copel, and my wife and I are old-time residents. We were married at Camp Pendle in 1966 before I went to Vietnam. Then we moved out the area due to work. And we came back to Oceanside 3 years ago, right around the time of the pandemic. So what I'd like to talk about this evening is good evening, City Council and Mayor. And I'm Gary Copel, and my wife Patty, who is a pickleball sports wheelchair player, and I are program volunteer leaders for the adult 55+ indoor pickleball at the Melba Bishop Recreation Center. We play indoor pickleball on Tuesdays and Thursdays, 9:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. We currently have 40 players with the ages from 55 years old, players up to players in their 80s of all skill levels, from beginners to advanced players. We are in our 7th week of playing, and this program is continuing to grow with new players. The sport of pickleball offers a fun, healthy, social, and safe environment. We play indoors out of the hot sun, wind, and rainy weather. We would like to thank C.J. Palmer, Oceanside Parks and Recreation Supervisor, his staff, and the City of Oceanside for making this activity possible and for making Oceanside an amazing sports city. Please tell your friends and neighbors to come down to Melba Bishop Recreation Center and try out indoor pickleball. We offer new players instructions on safety, rules, and etiquette. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much, sir.
David McDowell, to be followed by Dmitry Demidov, to be followed by Martine Franck.
Yes, good evening. My name is Dave McDowell. I'm a certified pickleball teaching pro at Melba Bishop Recreation Center. Been teaching there for about 6 or 7 years. We teach A lot of adults, about 60 students per week, and children that are 7 to 16 years old. Over the past 10 years, many kids have gotten pickleball teaching lessons at no charge. We also do round robins monthly in order for our students and others the opportunity to have a little friendly competition. The round robins are really popular. We have about 100 people. We do this once a month that show up, have a great time, and many of them come back every month, play on a consistent basis. Our clinics and round robins draw many people to Melba Bishop to play during the Pickleball Academy because the Academy enjoys a good reputation. It's very friendly. People love to come up there and play. And what's really great is we're teaching adults that are 60, 70, and some people even into their 80 years old. Some have never played athletics as they were younger, but today they're out there having a great time, getting some exercise instead of maybe being home on the couch. So it's really great. Regarding the reservation program, it seems to me it works really well. We're able to go ahead, reserve the courts, know that they're going to be available for us. It seems that the Park and Recreation Department is very easy to work with, and they're always, if there's any questions or problems, they deal with them pretty much immediately. So we're very happy with what's going on up at Melba Bishop. So thank you.
Thank you.
Dmitry Demidov here, Board of Directors of Tri-City Inline Hockey League. I'm going to use the camera. Showing here on the camera is a picture of MLK rink. It's a roller hockey rink. As you can see that, there is a nice sign over there. And I would like to address our respected council in the city of Oceanside and actually give you a compliment, because your sports department has been doing a great job over the years. Judy Bars, CJ Palmer, as well as Daniela Klausner right now, they're doing an awesome job. And obviously the sign, such as you see on the screen, is there because we think that the city has been doing a great job giving a priority to various sports groups. Maybe some controversy has something to do with a soccer field or maybe baseball field, we don't know. But in our case, for this particular sports facility, everything has been going on for years just fine. And here's another little slide. Okay, so this is just about a little bit about our organization. Tri-City Inline Hockey League has been around for 30 years. We'll be celebrating our 30th year. It's the oldest league of inline hockey in California, sanctioned by USA Hockey. And we are a nonprofit 501c3 organization. Some of the reasons why we have been given priority all these years, rightfully so, are for the following reasons. We have 8 board members meet monthly. We keep our rates as low as possible for kids. We also cater to military families and wide variety of ethnic groups. We offer many discounts, scholarships for those in need, and do not turn away anybody for financial needs. And you can see that we have about 120 to 140
Thank you, sir.
kids any season.
Thank you.
Yep.
Martine Franck, to be followed by Junior Ramirez.
My name is Martine Franck, and I'm the president of the Melba Bishop Pickleball Boosters Association. And our association includes 150 adults, but our activities include several hundred adult participants on a weekly and monthly basis. We also sponsor a youth program for 20 children between the ages of 7 and 14. This organization has existed for 12 years and not only helped maintain the Melba Bishop pickleball courts, but we have raised and donated over $100,000 to help build the courts and the surrounding benches and other amenities that make it such a nice facility for everyone that is interested in playing pickleball. Our organization sponsors Open Play, which attracts about 40 players every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday between the hours of 8 and 11 a.m. And our quarterly tournaments include 200 players over the course of 3 days. We also sponsor Ladies' Day, competitive leagues, clinics, and round robins, and all of these activities are open to anyone who wants to play pickleball. All of our participants in association-sponsored activities total over 500 people, with the majority being older, retired adults. 60% of our participants are Oceanside residents. All of this happens because of the efficient and fair manner in which permits are issued. We plan all of our activities and tournaments a full year in advance, and the permit process has been easy, accurate, and effective. Everyone that I have come in contact with is professional, friendly, and extremely helpful. If they have a question, they reach out to me for clarification and then move forward quickly. I have never been disappointed in any aspect of the permit process. This process also creates significant revenue for the city of Oceanside. Our organization alone generates over $11,000 per year through court rentals for our activities. Our partnership with the city has helped fund the courts. We lock and unlock the courts every day, thus helping to protect them from vandalism.
Thank you. Junior Martinez?
Good evening, guys. Mayor Sanchez, can you believe they gave me 2 minutes to talk?
2 minutes, sorry, and then you'll be the last one.
That's all right. It's, what I wanted to say is just that the process that has been here, that I've experienced, been stationed here since 2011, and I've never really looked back anywhere else. The process that I've encountered from then up to present now has been nothing but great for us in our organization. I am the president for Oceanside American Little League, and I have nothing else but good stuff to talk about the process. Obtaining the permit, having those permits in place allows us to make sure that we maintain the safety and allow us to make sure that the kids are safe there at our park. So to go away from something not having a permit in place is something that might be a challenge for anyone to not have that permit. How do you push someone away? It might even bring into some more camping out early on. And so from CJ to Mark Garlock, to back in the past with Judy, it's always been a great process with the Oceanside American Little League. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. It is 6 o'clock now, so my apologies. We'll have to wait until after the next hearing, which is a time-certain item. How many people are here for item number 22? For item number 22, if you can stand and raise your hand. Yeah. Okay. We'll have to take the break right now from this item and deal with our very time-certain 6 o'clock. My apologies to you, ma'am, Ms. Bartram. So it is 6 o'clock. Item number 19 is adoption of a resolution upholding Planning Commission Resolution number 2022 P15, certifying the supplemental environmental impact report and associated findings of fact, along with a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and upholding resolution number 2022 P16, approving a tentative track map, development plan, and conditional use permit to allow a horizontal mixed-use development consisting of a 300-key resort hotel that includes a surfing wave lagoon, 134,000 square feet of commercial, retail, and office space, and 700 residential units on a vacant 92-acre site located generally at the northeast corner of State Route 76 and Fusat Road, which is called Ocean Camp. That is the applicant. Applicant is Oceanside Partnerships, LLC. Excuse me if you could be a little quieter. Appellants are San Diegans for Sustainable Economic and Equitable Development and Diane Nygaard. And I believe that one of the applicants has withdrawn their appeal, so we do have still Diane Nygaard. I want to go ahead and open this hearing. And my apologies again to everybody for that item. I was hoping we could address that item, number 22, but we will go back to that after this hearing. So again, my apologies. We have to take up the 6 o'clock, which was noticed for 6 o'clock. Okay, so I have opened the hearing, and I am asking our council members to disclose any constituent contacts and correspondence.
Staff, applicant, and public.
Staff, a lot of public emails, and also in-person communications.
And public.
Staff, applicant, public.
Okay. Mr. Navarro, do we have any correspondence and/or petitions?
All correspondence has been forwarded to the council prior to 4 o'clock. However, we did receive a communication from, I believe, the Sierra Club after 4 o'clock that was emailed to council.
Okay. We are going to begin with testimony. We're going to begin with a presentation by Sergio Madera, our city planner. Mr. Madera?
Thank you, Mayor Sanchez, members of the City Council. My name is Sergio Madera, and I'm the city planner for Oceanside. I'm also the project manager for the Ocean Camp project. Tonight, you're being asked to consider an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of the Ocean Camp mixed-use development project, which consists of a tentative map, a development plan, and a conditional use permit. Staff recommends that the council adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's certification of the final supplemental environmental impact report and associated mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program, and approval of tentative map, development plan, and conditional use permit to allow a horizontal mixed-use development consisting of a 300-key resort hotel that includes a surfing wave lagoon, 134,000 square feet of commercial, retail, and office space, and up to 700 residential units on a vacant 92-acre parcel generally located at the northeast corner of State Route 76 and Fawcett Road. The relatively flat site has a general plan and zoning designation of community commercial and was historically used as a drive-in theater and most recently as a swap meet, which ceased operations in 2018. Surrounding uses to the east of the site include single-family residential, zoned RS beyond 100-foot wide SDG&E transmission corridor, commercial uses along Michigan Avenue zoned general commercial, and the city's desalting facility zoned public, semi-public. Existing land uses located south of the project site include Mission Avenue and State Road 76, with a mixture of commercial, public facilities, which include Fire Station 7, and residential neighborhoods adjacent to those roadways. Existing uses to the west of the site include Oceanside Municipal Airport, a flood control pond, and vacant property zone public, semi-public, and limited industrial. The San Luis Rey River is situated north of the site with an approximately 20-foot high flood control levee in between the project site and the riverbed. The river is zoned open space, and a single-family neighborhood north of the river is zoned predominantly RS. In October 2008, the Planning Commission adopted Resolution 2008 P63, approving a 950,000 square foot regional shopping center known as the Oceanside Pavilion. The Planning Commission's approval was appealed to the City Council, who subsequently certified the environmental impact report and approved the project in November 2008 through adoption of Resolutions 08R0653 and 08R0652-1, respectively. The project applicant, Oceanside Partnership LLC, purchased the property in November of 2018 and obtained an extension of time from the Planning Commission in November 2018 through adoption of a resolution, thereby preserving the entitlements for the Oceanside Pavilion. Consistent with the approved entitlements, the Engineering Division approved the grading plan G1903 in June of 2019. The rough grading permit authorized importation of up to 493,000 cubic yards of fill material to bring the site up out of the floodplain, and grading activities have been ongoing since that time. Before you tonight is a request, or the entitlements include approval of a tentative map, which would establish specific lot configurations and/or condominiums for the development of commercial, residential, and supporting uses. The proposed 23-lot subdivision includes 9 lots for future residential development, 4 lots for commercial financing purposes, and 10 lettered lots for various common use purposes, including private roads, stormwater management facilities, common landscaping, and open space. A conditional use permit is required to establish a horizontal mixed-use development within the community commercial district. In accordance with Article 11 of the zoning ordinance, mixed-use developments are permitted in the CC district approval of a mixed-use development plan and a conditional use permit. The proposed horizontal mixed-use project, again, consists of the previously described lifestyle resort, up to 700 and up to 700 residential units to be sited on 9 residential lots proposed as part of the tentative map. It should be noted, as of today, the applicant has committed to providing 100% of their inclusionary housing obligation on site. A development plan for a horizontal mixed-use development consistent with 300-key resort hotel that includes a surf and wave lagoon and 134,000 square feet of commercial and retail office space depicted on the site plan above. The resort area is depicted in the pink shaded area with the commercial and the kind of peach shaded area with surrounding parking. And the images kind of depict the view of the look of the project once constructed. The hotel building depicting a modern architectural vernacular which incorporates natural materials such as wood, siding, and ample use of glass that will allow for natural light to fill the interior spaces are depicted in the elevations that are shown on the screen. The commercial that same vernacular is carried through to the commercial elevations, which are shown on the screen and which will be dispersed through the 10 proposed commercial buildings included in the site plan for the project. The project has incorporated a drought-tolerant landscaping, which includes a network of pedestrian and bicycle trails throughout the site. On July 25th, the Planning Commission approved the project by a 5-0 vote. On August 3rd, the city received an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of the project from Diane Nygaard. On August 4th, the city received an appeal of the approval from San Diegans for Sustainable Economic and Equitable Development. Today, the city received a letter of withdrawal from SDC of their appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of the project. With that, we're going to go into the Appellant 1's points that they included in their appeal petition. The first item is generally titled the Impact on Economic Sustainability. Our response, the staff's response to that is that the project was required, or the applicant was required to prepare a fiscal and economic impact analysis for the project. The FEIA concluded that approximately $3.4 million in net fiscal surplus to the city's general fund at build-out. There would be one-time impacts stemming from construction of the residential component of the project that would total $295 million. And there would be 1,791 job years created over the anticipated construction timeline, including 938 direct and 853 indirect and induced job years. And it would also, the residential component of the project will also have an $8.9 million in annual economic activity in the county. The second item the appellant raises is water supply issues associated with the project. As stated in the slide, per Government Code 66473.7, a water assessment verification was commissioned by the city and prepared for the project. The verification and the supplemental impact environmental report included that the city's 2015 urban water management plan projects 100% supply reliability under both normal year and dry year conditions. The city's water shortage contingency plan also concludes that the city can increase the water supply through purchases of raw and treated water, reliable groundwater, and continued augmentation of recycled water use in new and established parts of the city service area, which is anticipated to offset potable demand. Recycled water is anticipated by the city to be available through the Fallbrook outfall line in the near future, and the project has been conditioned to connect to that for the purposes of providing irrigation water to the project. In addition, the Water Utilities Department recently had approved the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan, which also confirms that there'll be 100% water supply reliability in normal and dry hydrologic conditions. That the city's water shortage contingency plan can increase supply through purchases of raw and treated water, reliable local groundwater, continued augmentation of recycled water within the city's service area, which offsets potable demand. And finally, city projects will improve drought resiliency and reduce the city's imported water from the Colorado River and State Water Project by 44%. The third item that the appellant raised was issues associated with public safety associated with the airport. The project was reviewed by the San Diego Airport Land Use Commission for consistency with the adopted airport land use compatibility plan for the Oceanside Municipal Airport. The ALUC found the proposed project consistent with the ALUCP for the Oceanside Municipal Airport. In addition, the FAA completed an aeronautical study of the project and issued a determination of no hazard to air navigation for the project. The SEIR demonstrates no significant adverse impacts associated with environmental issue areas, including public safety, noise, air quality, or health risks exist to the project's proximity to the Oceanside Municipal Airport. Appellant issue number 4 describes an inappropriate use of a supplemental EIR or inappropriate use of the earlier pavilion's EIR. The determination of whether to prepare a supplemental EIR is rooted in sections 15162 and 15163 of the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines. When it is determined that a proposed changes to a project or changes in the circumstances under which a project will be undertaken would result in new significant impacts not identified in the earlier EIR or cause substantial increase in the severity of the significant impacts identified in the earlier EIR, an SEIR is the appropriate CEQA document. An SEIR may be prepared if any of the conditions outlined in CEQA guidelines section 15162 and 15163 are identified. Subsequent EIR and only minor additions or changes would be necessary to make the previous EIR adequately apply to the project in the changed situation. The Ocean Camp Project SEIR supplements the previously certified and judicially validated pavilion final EIR. The proposed project would be constructed on the same site as the previously proposed pavilion project. Most of the project site has been graded and the ground is heavily disturbed. The project retains the same general footprint of the development identified in the pavilion project. The uses and style of development are different under the project compared with the pavilion project. However, the SEIR and other project materials demonstrate that with imposed additional mitigation, the SEIR is the appropriate CEQA document. While the SEIR included more analysis than required by CEQA to facilitate the project review process, only minor additions or changes were necessary to make the 2008 Pavilion EIR adequate for the purposes of providing a good faith effort at full disclosure of the project's CEQA impacts. The supplemental EIR was prepared and circulated in a manner consistent with and as authorized by CEQA. The public had the opportunity to review and provide comments on the SEIR, and the comments received were responded to accordingly. The record reflects that the SEIR satisfies the city's obligation to make a good faith effort at full disclosure, and the SEIR, including Appendix O, which is the response to comments received. Appellant issue number 5 has to do with greenhouse gas emissions and non-compliance with numerous provisions of the Climate Action Plan. The SEIR included an analysis of potential for the project to have significant adverse environmental impacts related to greenhouse gas emissions and consistency with the city's Climate Action Plan. An air quality and GHG technical report was prepared for the project and was included as a technical appendix to the supplemental EIR. The analysis establishes that the implementation of the project would result in GHG emissions of 3 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalents per service population per year, including amortized construction GHG emissions. The project's GHG emissions would be below the city's threshold of significance established by the Climate Action Plan of 3.5 metric tons of CO2 equivalent per service population per year, and the GHG emissions impact would be less than significant. The appeal erroneously argues that the city is not in compliance with the Climate Action Plan. On September 28, 2022, the City Council passed a motion receiving and filing the August 2022 Climate Action Plan Implementation Progress Report. As explained in the progress report, of 19 measures in the Climate Action Plan, 1 measure has been fully implemented, 8 measures are mostly implemented, and 6 measures are partially implemented, and 4 measures are not yet started. The 8 measures reported as mostly implemented have a quantified reduction potentials of totaling approximately 139 metric tons of CO2 equivalent emissions reductions by 2030. The 6 measures reported as partially implemented have a quantified combined reduction potentials totaling 11.1 metric tons of CO2 equivalent emissions reductions by 2030. None of the measures reported as not yet started have a quantifiable reduction potential. The city's climate action plan implementation progress report shows that the city continues to make substantial progress in implementing its climate action plan. Finally, because of the date of the project application was received, the project is not required to comply with the climate action plan. Nonetheless, the supplemental EIR provided information related to the project's voluntary compliance with the climate action plan. None of the project features would obstruct implementation of the climate action plan, and the project meets the city's GHG significant threshold established by the climate action plan. Therefore, the project would not conflict with or obstruct the city's GHG reduction plans, including the climate action plan and the California Air Resource Board's climate change scoping plan. Appellant issue number 6 states that the SCIR does not provide an accurate and complete project description. The project description provided in Section 2 of the supplemental EIR includes the appropriate level of detail to satisfy CEQA. The project description entails 22 pages and includes details on the project objectives, project location, project background and context, project characteristics, project phasing, grading, and construction, and required discretionary actions and approval. Those components of the project description were analyzed consistently throughout the supplemental EIR. Further, the information included in the supplemental EIR regarding residential component and analysis of the same satisfies CEQA's requirements given the scope of the residential approvals requested at this time. The only actions before the city are a tentative subdivision map establishing large residential development lots and the total number of potential residential condominiums and the mixed-use development plan that permits a total of 700 residential units and establishes residential design guidelines and development standards. Thus, the supplemental EIR's analysis and level of detail as it relates to the residential component of the project complies with CEQA, including the information disclosure requirements. Appellant issue number 7 attacks numerous areas where the project failed to do adequate analysis and or mitigation for significant adverse impacts. They're centered around fire responses, water supply, transportation, land use, and energy. With respect to fire response, the appeal does not accurately describe the analysis and conclusions regarding fire safety. As documented in the supplemental EIR and the project record, the project site is primarily serviced by Fire Station 7 located at 3350 Mission Avenue, which is a 0.45 mile drive from the entrance to the project site. In the event of a fire or other emergency, the project site and areas surrounding the site would be evacuated consistent with the city's emergency operations plan. There are no special circumstances or wildfire risks that would be exacerbated by the project. Further, the Oceanside Fire Department has not identified any facility expansion or construction needs to adequately service the project that would result in physical impacts to the environment. Thus, the supplemental EIR properly concluded that the project would not result in significant adverse environmental impacts related to fire response or wildfire risks. With respect to water supply, we addressed that with item number 2. We've already gone over that. With respect to transportation, the project was analyzed consistent with the city's formally adopted August 2020 traffic impact analysis guidelines. Although no longer required by CEQA, the project performed the level of service analysis in the form of a local transportation study consistent with the General Plan Circulation Element Policy 3.20 and the city's traffic impact analysis guidelines. Consistent with those guidelines, recommended improvements were identified and feasible improvements and payment of an in lieu fee will be implemented for the project as conditions of approval. Under the direction of the city's traffic engineers, the project vehicle miles traveled was also analyzed consistent with CEQA and the city's August 2020 guidelines. Per the city's August 2020 guidelines, VMT analysis of mixed-use projects should evaluate each project land use separately. For project components not screened out From further analysis per the 2020 guidelines, the supplemental EIR includes a separate VMT analysis for each use, one for the residential, one for the commercial, and one for the hotel. The VMT analysis identified one significant VMT impact related to the residential component of the project that required mitigation. The city has imposed mitigation that the supplemental EIR demonstrates will achieve a sufficient VMT reduction, 11.7 reduction based on a California Air Pollution Control Officer's Handbook and expert analysis to reduce the project's VMT impact to a less than significant level. The comments received from the appellant were fully considered and rejected. Substantial evidence supports the supplemental EIR's transportation analysis and conclusions. With respect to land use, the project is consistent with the city's general plan and zoning designation of community commercial. Section 4.2.5 of the supplemental EIR provides an analysis of the project's consistency with the general plan. As detailed in that section, the project will comply with all applicable elements and policies within the general plan and will not result in any impacts associated with land use. Additionally, the appellant mischaracterizes the project site's proximity to transit services and the supplemental EIR's analysis of transportation impacts as it relates to transit. The Mission Avenue and Frontier Drive bus stop, which services Route 303, is 0.2 of a mile from the current entrance to the project site. This current entrance is where the residential uses will be located at the project site. The Mission Avenue and Fireside Street bus stop, which services Route 303 and 311, is approximately 0.1 of a mile from the entrance and of the proposed residential area of the project. Route 311 goes to the San Luis Rey Transit Center, which provides connections to Camp Pendleton and Sprinter rail services, as well as local breeze bus service within Northeast Oceanside. The majority of the residential land uses are located under a 1/4 mile from 2 high-frequency bus stops and therefore fit the criteria of a smart growth corridor. Even though there are project uses within walkable and bikeable distance of the existing transit, to provide a more conservative and overstated analysis, the transportation analysis did not assume transit use for the project site. Contrary to the arguments raised by the appellant, the supplemental EIR properly and conservatively analyzed the project's impacts in respect to the project site's proximity to transit. With respect to energy, the appellant is mistaken in relation to the adequacy of the project's energy use analysis and GHG impacts. The project's energy demands were adequately reported and analyzed in the supplemental EIR. The appeal asserts that the SEIR did not include an analysis of natural gas usage. However, the project energy report, which is included to the supplemental EIR's technical appendix L, evaluated fossil fuels usage of the project. Similarly, the GHG analysis included the projected natural gas use. The SEIR discloses that the project would not be wasteful or inefficient in its use of energy. The project also implements measures from the city's climate action plan and incorporates sustainability features into its design, including using such renewable energy sources as solar. Moreover, the project must comply with the California Title 24, which is the building and energy efficiency standards. As to GHG emission, the appellant's comments about GHG methodology reflect a misunderstanding of how the city's climate action plan establishes the significance of GHG impacts. As reflected in the record, the appellant's request to amortize GHG emissions over a longer period of time would actually reduce the project's annual emission projections in some cases and have no impact on the significance conclusions in others. The SEIR's GHG methodology analysis and conclusions comply with CEQA and the city's adopted GHG analysis methodology. As a reminder, pursuant to zoning ordinance section 4605C, City Council may only consider issues raised in the appeals filed with the city. As of yesterday, the appellant issued or transmitted another letter to the city which included new criteria which was not initially included in the appeal petition received by the city back in August. An extensive analysis clearly demonstrates that the appellant has not provided any basis to warrant overturning the Planning Commission's approval of the project. In addition to, due to concerns raised and after internal discussions, the applicant has agreed to modified language in the Ocean Camp Mixed-Use Development Plan document that would provide for 100% of the project's inclusionary housing requirement being provided on site. This would be accomplished through a modification of the Ocean Camp Mixed-Use Development Plan document, which the language that describes affordable housing is included on page 17. And that document was an exhibit to the Planning Commission resolution, which approved the project. And it's the document by which the project needs to be developed under. It's the regulatory document and serves as the regulatory document for the project site. And finally, the applicant has also agreed to a condition to preclude short-term rentals at the project site through an additional condition of approval added to the City Council resolution that's being considered tonight. With that, staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's certification of the final supplemental environmental impact report and associated mitigation monitoring reporting program, and approval of the tentative map, development plan, and conditional use permit to allow the horizontal mixed-use development consisting of a 300-key resort hotel that includes a surfing lagoon, 134,000 square feet of commercial, retail, and office space, and 700 residential units on a vacant 92-acre site located generally at the northeast corner of State Route 76 and Fawcett Road. That concludes my presentation. I'll be available for any questions that the council may have.
Thank you, Mr. Madera. So we are going to be hearing first from the appellant and then from the applicant. Each one has up to 20 minutes to do a presentation. The appellant has the option of reserving some or any of the 20 minutes for rebuttal. So let us know if you wish to know how long, at what point you're speaking. At what point you are speaking, how much time you have left. Yeah. So we are going to begin first with Ms. Diane Nygaard, who is the appellant, and then again, after that, we will hear from the applicant, and each one has up to 20 minutes. Ms. Nygaard?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Diane Nygaard, and I'll be the first and last of our three speakers representing Preserve Calavera tonight. And I really wish I could talk as fast as Mr. Madera and still just cover a representative sample of what we said were the issues raised in our appeal. He just highlighted a few of them. We agree this project could bring some benefits to Oceanside, but the project before you tonight also includes huge risks and huge impacts. Those impacts include traffic congestion, air pollution, greenhouse gases, compromising the regional wildlife corridor, among many others. There are already extensive technical comments on the record. They document why using the 2008 EIR is not sufficient, the many problems with the project, the faulty analysis of impacts, and inadequate mitigation. That's why we oppose the project and certification of the EIR. We are not going to repeat all those details tonight. But this is a discretionary project. It is not a by right project. It's not one where you can throw up your hands and say the state made us do it. This one is on you. Tonight, you can take action to fix this project. Deny it, or at a minimum, table your decision until all of these issues are addressed. And we're just going to highlight a few of them, starting with traffic and land use. Traffic's a serious problem. It does not matter to people driving on those roads that it will produce less traffic than a shopping center that was approved 14 years ago and never built. What matters is that this project will generate 19,040 ADT, 19,040 new trips every day. And these trips are on roads that are already congested. Their traffic study identified 4 roadway segments and 7 intersections below the standards in our general plan. Some minor roadway improvements will be built by the developer, but for the 7 big ones, they're just required to contribute $560,000 of fair share cost. That covers only a small fraction of what it will cost to actually build those improvements. And 5 of those 7 locations are under the jurisdiction of Caltrans, not the city of Oceanside. What is the status of securing the rest of the funding needed to actually build those improvements? What's the commitment from Caltrans, and when will they get built? Why would you approve a project tonight knowing it will cause traffic failures on our streets unless you know when and how they will be addressed. The developers claim the project is consistent with existing smart growth and with future plans for smart growth. That's simply not true. Our comment letter included the actual maps. There's no existing smart growth area on Mission Avenue, and the smart growth corridor and the draft general plan is along Mission Avenue, not State Route 76 where this project is. The project site is identified within the corridor planning area, but as already approved with no analysis of whether it complies with the new policies or not. Why does that matter? Because our cap says that beginning in 2019, 50% of growth is supposed to be along our smart growth corridors. Our required greenhouse gas emission reductions are based on that. If this project is not smart growth, the residents of Oceanside end up with excess greenhouse gases and the bill to mitigate all of them. Traffic, land use, and greenhouse gases. 3 reasons for you to use your discretion, deny this project, or table this decision until all these issues are addressed.
Hi, my name is...
Hold on. Excuse me, you're taking up her time.
My name is Ellen Bartlett, and I'm going to talk about housing and affordable housing. Our inclusionary housing ordinance requires that a project of this size provides 10% affordable housing units. State law requires every city, through allocations from their regional planning agency, to have plans, zoning, and development standards that demonstrate they can achieve their mandated housing numbers. RHNA has a target number of housing for each income level. The hardest ones to achieve have always been those for low-income and very low-income households. Our current housing plan covers the 8-year period from 2021 to 2029. You can see the handout for more details, and you can see the lopsided current numbers we have. And since this report was done last February, hundreds of more moderate and above moderate units have been approved, very few affordable housing units, which is putting us further behind. We are pleased that we just found out tonight that the developer did agree to build all affordable housing units on site rather than the initial proposed 5% in lieu and 5% on site. 35 more is nice, but we still have a very long way to go. Our handout identifies 3 key questions to be asked with every housing project. If you look at the handout, number 1, is it consistent with the housing element? Number 2, has it done all it should to address the need for low and very low income housing? Number 3, is it consistent with the cap requirements for 50% of units to be built in a smart growth area? The answer to all 3 of these questions is no. But the critical question is, why isn't this development building their fair share of affordable housing? If you approve this project tonight without knowing where we are on achieving our RHNA numbers and getting assurances on this development will do more to build its fair share of low-income housing units, then it will be shame on you. Housing and affordable housing, 2 more reasons for you to deny or table this project tonight. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Anne-Catherine Rocklevac. I am going to talk about some of the economic sustainability issues posed by this project. A developer can always pay for an economic analysis to show how many millions in revenues it will generate. But what this analysis does not say is how this project will affect long-term economic sustainability. We are next to the bottom of 18 cities in terms of jobs housing ratio, and this project moves us backwards. The original project was 100% job producing, and now this new project provides fewer jobs and adds 700 housing units. And how certain are those jobs? We know commercial and office uses are struggling and have low growth projected through 2050 per general plan. Are we supposed to believe that those 11 commercial buildings are somehow an exception to that? We know how much cities love hotels because of the TOT revenue, but there is only so much capacity for hotel growth. As a matter of fact, 3 hotels along the Buena Vista Lagoon have been in process for 10 years. Hilton just pulled out of the site at the entrance to El Corazon. The city has been in negotiations for a resort hotel on El Corazon for over 6 years and still does not have any agreement. Building this hotel is likely to make those other projects to languish even longer. So this is not really an increase in Oceanside's bottom line, it is just changing who gets the prize. And when will this hotel get built? The project includes no details about the phasing of construction. The quick buck for developers is from housing, which is why this project was changed to include 700 housing units. Apparently, staff had some concerns about whether the hotel would actually get built, looking at some of the Planning Commission conditions. For instance, condition number 120 requires the foundation of the hotel to be built by the 525th unit. But what if they only built 524 units? That does not sound like a destination resort hotel leading this project. It sounds more like a great marketing strategy to hide hundreds of housing units behind the ghost of a hotel. Long-term economic sustainability and commitment/timing to actually build this hotel, here are 2 more reasons for you tonight to use your discretion and deny or table this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
And what does our community get in exchange for all of the impacts that come with this project? With the North River Farms, this city council used your discretionary approval to get real community benefits. You pushed them and got design and funding for the cantilevered bridge. You pushed them and got money to improve Melba Bishop Park. You pushed them and got money to address greenhouse gases. Every time you push them, they sweeten the pot, and at the end of the day, they will still make millions of dollars, and that's on 395 housing units, not 700 like they're proposing here. What have we gotten for community benefits with this project? We don't see any. The Desert Surf Wave Pool in Palm Springs includes a commitment to net zero water use. They will fund turf removal in the adjacent golf course to offset 100% of their water. Instead of acknowledging the excessive water demand for a wave pool, this project denies it's an issue and proposes to do nothing about it. Pure water Oceanside is expected to cost over $2 billion, and we are all paying for that. No one should be allowed to waste water. The La Quinta Wave Pool offered a number of community benefits. These included a moratorium on any special events for 2 years to eliminate the traffic and the noise from bullhorns announcing event stop and start times. They agreed to pay 0.25% of sales to the adjacent neighborhoods for health and wellness programs, and to donate 1,000 hours of pool use to local students and nonprofits. Improvements like these would not just address impacts on the adjacent neighborhood, they would benefit the long-term sustainability of Oceanside. We ask you to say no to this project tonight. Make sure Oceanside doesn't just get one more huge housing project with a pretty picture of a hotel and a wave pool, and we all get stuck in the traffic with all the other impacts and with the bills to pay for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Stop it there. You have 8 minutes and 26 seconds left for rebuttal. So next, we will be hearing from the applicant, Oceanside Partnership, LLC. How many speakers do we have on this?
So far, we're up to 34.
34.
Okay.
So let me just say one word. So there are 34 speakers so far, so I definitely will be asking you to keep your comments to 2 minutes each. all right? 2 minutes each. If you had a 3-minute speech prepared, please start ticking it down to 2 minutes. Thank you very much for your consideration. Sir, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Sanchez and honorable council members. Thank you for having us. We really appreciate you taking the time to consider Ocean Camp this evening. My name is John Korn. I'm the CEO of Oceanside Partnership, which is the company that's developing this project. We're a local company. We're very proud to call North San Diego County our home. And we want to make this a local project that's as great as it can be for Oceanside. I'm here tonight to share with you our exciting plans for this. I know you know a lot about it already because we've been talking about this for a long time now. We're very pleased to have a unanimous decision from the Planning Commission, and we're also extremely pleased that we were able to reach a resolution with San Diego Seed. They withdrew their appeal today, and it was a very positive and excellent process that we went through with them because it resulted in two things. For one, with SD Seed itself, we reached important environmental concessions on the topics of construction air quality, biological resources, and water supply. And we did that as part of our settlement agreement with them through a private settlement, but we're going to be honoring that as we move through the project. It also resulted in us reaching an agreement with 3 additional unions. We had previously partnered with the Carpenters Union. They came here at the Planning Commission and spoke in favor of the project. And now I'm very proud to inform you, in addition to Carpenters, we've also reached trade agreements with the plumbers, with the sprinklers and the sprinkler union, and also with the iron workers. Yeah. Yeah. And you're going to be hearing from some of their members and also from PCL Construction about the higher local program that they're all going to work on together to make this as Oceanside as it can be. So I'm going to show you a few slides here. Slide 1 here is just a rendering that gives you an idea of what the commercial zone of the project looks like. It's super exciting in my opinion anyways. It's a 92-acre mixed-use development. The hotel is going to be up to 300 rooms, but with different room type offerings, so there'll be something for everybody. 134,000 square feet of commercial space that can be restaurants, retail, and food and beverage. And then there's going to be up to 700 homes that'll be different home types that are centered around the community, which at the center of it, as you can see, is the super exciting wave pool. When I started on this project 4 years ago, I was actually kind of a wave pool doubter. I was a purist of wanting to be in the ocean, and I didn't think I could get comfortable with one. But then I went to a couple, and they're amazing. They're super fun, and they have an energy about them that's very thrilling, and it makes people happy to be around them, and will be a humongous draw. The one that people talk about a lot is there's a small wave pool in all places of Waco, Texas, and it's sold out they're open until like 7 in the morning till 10 at night, and they're sold out for all the days that they're open, which is about, I think, 10 months of the year. And most of their customers come from California and Florida, because people go there to be able to surf, perfect conditions on a guaranteed basis, and it's a ton of fun. That pool is very small and kind of a first generation technology compared to what this one is going to be. That one's probably about 3/4 of an acre. Our pool here is about 3.5 acres, and will generate anything surf that's going to be anywhere from good for beginners to experts, and we can even hold high-level competitions there that we can bring to Oceanside. And by having this here, Ocean Camp gives us, I think, an opportunity to support Oceanside's very, very rich surf history. And I believe, too, that it's going to attract more surf and action-oriented sports businesses to want to locate here. Because, where would you rather be in an industrial center in Costa Mesa? How does that do for your recruiting and retention of the key employees versus where you could be at a site like this where you're around a wave pool, where it's an exciting place to be, and you can also even demo your equipment and offer your employees, who are all going to be surfers, the opportunity to go surf on their lunch breaks or after work versus just being in an industrial center in Costa Mesa. So I think this is going to be a destination for residents and for visitors to come and enjoy every day and to be able to serve, perfect surf conditions, virtually all the time. This slide shows you the entire site. There's the commercial site in the middle, which is part of the current development plan. There's also 2 residential pads. There's the north pad and the east pad. Those are going to be the subject of a future discretionary action here at the city, because either us or our partners who we work with will need to come in and either seek a development plan or a subdivision map to be able to take those further. So this council will get another opportunity to look at those final plans. We are doing this on a conditional use permit basis that seeks 700 homes. So that's going to be the cap. It's going to be 700 homes, unless whoever comes in, whether it's me or someone else, comes in and asks for an amendment to that conditional use plan, to have it be different than what it is. But once again, that would be discretionary on the council's part. Right now, the cap is at 700 homes. One of the things you can't see great in this picture, but you'll see it in other ones, is that we are going to connect all these homes to mobility hubs. There's going to be 1.5 miles of trails for biking and walking. We're also going to put a pump track that's open to the public for recreation over there on the right side. We'll be able to see it better in a subsequent slide. This slide just zooms in on the commercial zone. And you can see that the site is centered around what's going to be the center of gravity of this development, which is the wave pool. And it's basically they always say you can't, they're not making any more of oceanfront property, but here we are. We're basically making an inland surfing area that's going to basically have beachfront property at this location. And all these businesses and the hotel are basically going to be there to enjoy the surf and enjoy the sound of waves. Just like as if you're at the ocean. In this drawing, you can see we also, on the east side of the Surf Lagoon, there's a conference center, and also there's going to be community use centers in the various buildings around the site. And in terms of the types of rooms that we have, there's the resort hotel with standard hotel rooms, but there's also casitas, villas, and I'll show it to you on another slide later, but there's also going to be an Airstream campground, which I don't know if you've heard of the Auto Camp company that basically does, it's glamping with Airstreams and a community house where it just makes for a camping experience. That's going to be another room type that's there. So the Wave Lagoon, let's talk about that for a minute. See what kind of picture I have for you. Is really going to be, as I said, the center of gravity for this development. It's also going to be the economic engine for the development and for the whole city. It's going to be a destination that's going to be renowned around the world. Look at the teeny little wave park that's in Waco, Texas, that's attracting tourists from all over North America and even the world to go surf there. This is going to be triple to quadruple that, and we're going to see a lot of interest in this. And just going to be a super fun place to go. If you don't want to surf there, you'll be able to go to one of the restaurants to enjoy some food or a beverage while you watch other people surf or watch kids play on the beach that's there. There is the question of water use, and so I want to address that straight up front. The water use at this, it stirs a lot of emotion, and it merits discussion, as Ms. Nygaard has brought up. But let's talk about what that is, because the wave pool, it uses, as I discussed at the Planning Commission, somewhere between 4 and 5 million gallons of water a year. And that sounds like a lot, but let me put that in context for you, because I think when it's in context, it seems to me to be a very reasonable way to use water, especially in the context of the resources that we have here, that you have here at your disposal in Oceanside. The amount of water that's used at this wave pool is equivalent to the water that's used at one hole of an 18-hole golf course in a year. So if we had if there was such thing as a 17-hole golf course, the water needs of this wave pool would be satisfied from the water that would have been used on that 18th hole. Sorry to any golfers in the room. Another way to look at it is that the entire water use of this wave pool can be satisfied with less than 2 days of output from pure water Oceanside. Pure water Oceanside is going to be about 3 million gallons a day, and this is somewhere 4 to 5 per year. Another way to look at it that puts it in context is the entire annual water use of this wave pool is only 10% of the daily output from the Carlsbad desalination plant, which produces 50 million gallons of water a day. And we're going to use 4 to 5 million gallons in a year. So I say those because I think it helps understand what 5 million gallons really means in the context of this. And also, as Mr. Madera pointed out, the city analyzed this extensively. They hired an outside consultant to look at it, and it's been determined that on a long-term basis, Oceanside has sufficient water and access to sufficient water to supply the water needs of not just the wave pool, but this entire project for the long term, including looking at severe drought conditions. And that wasn't a study done by us, that was a study done by the city with an outside consultant. I guess I would just wrap up the water use part as this, is that, you know, we are committed to continuing to work with the city of Oceanside to source and conserve water in the most efficient way that we can. Now I'm going to run through these slides pretty quickly because I only have a little less than 9 minutes left. But there's going to be lots to do with Oceanside where you can play there. And that's going to be not just for tourists and visitors, but for residents. And you can go there to surf, you can go there to swim, bike along the trails, practice yoga, and paddleboard all in one place. And you can combine those activities as a daycation or a day trip or a week vacation, because you'll be able to do all those things and then also be able to go enjoy the retail outlets that we expect to have there. That should all be probably in the action sports oriented area of experiential retail, and then also food and beverage. Should be a lot of fun just to be there. Great place to spend the day. And we think that Oceanside is the perfect place for this, given that it's one of the richest, surf and skate cultures in California, and certainly in Southern California. If you want to stay there's going to be a beautiful hotel. As I mentioned, that hotel is going to have standard hotel rooms, casitas, villas, and also Airstreams to stay in. And we're going to make it as beautiful as possible. We commissioned a study in 2019 by Hotel and Leisure Advisors, which is the leading hotel and hospitality feasibility analysis company, to take a look at this project as a whole, and this is 2019 dollars. The 10-year projection for TOT and sales tax revenue was over $81 million to the city. Here's a quick look at the Airstream campground. We have it in the southwest corner of the wave pool. I think it looks pretty cool, and it'll be a lot of fun to stay at. Locations like this exist in other dynamic places like Yosemite, Ojai, and Santa Barbara. People seem to love them when they go there. It's glamping, and it fits in with the fun, active lifestyle that Ocean Camp's going to be. We're going to have 134,000 square feet of office space, retail space, F&B, and restaurant. And there's going to be delicious offerings there. And that's another place where we're going to seek to have existing Oceanside businesses and business that want to grow in Oceanside come to this location to be around the excitement of the wave pool. Same thing goes for shopping. We think there's going to be an experiential retail center there. And I say that not just because I'm guessing. We've had amazing unsolicited requests from the retail community, from the brokerage community, asking, hey, when's this going to be done, because we want a site there. And that same thing also applies to some very exciting businesses in town that are needing to expand, and they want to expand in Oceanside, and they want to expand around the wave pool. Same thing for working, as I just mentioned, and we're going to try to make this fun, great place to be. As you can tell from these renderings, this is how we plan to have it look. And we want it to be, there's a tie-in between the work and the jobs that are there and the residential. We're really hoping that we can add to the community by people who live there, either on the north residential pad or the east residential pad, also work at Ocean Camp and just be able to walk to work or hop on their bike and ride on the bike trails that we're building to get there too. I think we'll succeed on some of that. I mean, some people obviously are going to work other places, but that would be the fantastic outcome if everyone that worked there also lived right there and just walk or ride their bike to work. We're also only 3 miles from the transit center. Our bike trails are going to connect to the existing bike trail on San Luis Rey River bike trail system, so people can just hop on their bikes and go there and ride their bike or their e-bike to the transit center as well. Let's talk about the housing units for a minute. Up to 700 units. I don't know if there's going to be 700 because there's a lot of things that go into that. Obviously, we have to come here for another discretionary action. They have to all fit, et cetera. But this action today would authorize up to 700. And there's a 10% inclusionary housing requirement that we would do at 80 AMI. The original plan was to do 50% of our housing requirement on site and 50% in the form of the allowed in lieu fee that the city offers. I had a meeting with Ms. Nygaard last week. We had a very good initial meeting, and one of the issues she brought up was she wanted to see the affordable housing be all on site instead of by way of in lieu fee. And we're agreeing to do that as of now. Doing it as a measure of good faith. We're not getting anything back for that. Obviously, the appeal is still going on and we're here. But to show our good faith to Ms. Nygaard and to the city, we're changing our plan to have all those affordables on site. Thank you. Ocean Camp has a lot of direct benefits for the city of Oceanside. I've already mentioned a couple of them, but as this slide shows, more than $81 million in 10-year tax revenue. And the project's going to last a lot longer than 10 years, so that's going to continue to grow from there. By the way, that was a 2019 study, and good and bad, there's been horrible inflation since then, so I'm sure that number is significantly higher today than it was in 2019, which is good and bad. You know, we're going to bring this wave lagoon, which is transformative and it's thrilling, and it's going to, not that Oceanside isn't already on the map, because it is. It's a much loved place, but it's going to become a major destination. If these wave pools can turn, you know, Waco, Texas, no offense to Waco, Texas, into a destination like that, they do have a great university there, and also, well, a couple other things, I guess. Think what it can do for Oceanside, and it's just going to be a world-class destination. And we're going to do the affordable housing, which is a direct benefit. I think you have left on your RHNA requirement by 2029. On the low income side, you have to deliver another 655 homes. So we'll be 70 of those. It takes a chunk out of it. And hopefully other developments will come along that will build all that housing, and you'll meet the RHNA requirement by 2029 with projects like that. We also are doing things also for the public here, not just directly for the city. Our site is 92 acres. We're going to preserve 20 as open space. There's going to be the 1.5-mile trail system and the pump track. We're going to have the rotating cultural and surf exhibit with the Oceanside Surf History Museum, and also the San Luis Rey Band of Mission Indians, who we've worked with, and we've also been working closely with them and recently reached an agreement with the San Luis Rey Band of Mission Indians. They've been great to work with, and it's been a wonderful cooperative experience with them. We're also going to make some contributions to improve the Prince Memorial Skate Park to make it, you know, more approachable with some lighting and some landscaping that'll I think be a welcome addition for everyone that goes there. And then, as Ms. Nygaard herself pointed out, we're going to be doing, you know, local road enhancements to improve Fusat Road, and we're doing all of this, I believe, in what I understood was a smart growth corridor. Our address, frankly, is not on 76, that's 3480 Mission Avenue. And I've thought all along that we're in a smart growth corridor, doing what we're supposed to do, and meeting or exceeding all of the city's requirements, even the ones that aren't directly applicable to us. Traffic is probably a good thing to mention. And I think it is highly relevant that we are reducing traffic from the already approved Pavilion project, was big box retail. And by the way, our technical experts are here today for specific questions, but Pavilion compared to Ocean Camp goes from 32,000 average daily trips to 19,000. And even more important, the afternoon peak goes from 2,872 to 1,834. So a huge decrease in the afternoon peak, which tends to cause the most problems. And as to the VMT analysis, vehicle miles traveled, all of those impacts are fully mitigated by our plan, and that's been vetted by your staff. Lastly, I'll end with super proud to be partnered with these unions that are on the screen here. Plumbers, the carpenters, sprinklers, and ironworkers. Super stoked to be doing this project with them.
You've used up all 20 minutes.
All right. These folks have supported this too on this slide. We have over 300 letters from members of the public supporting the project. Super proud of the support we've gotten, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. So this is a public hearing. This is a time to hear from the community, from the residents. You will have up to 2 minutes to speak. You do not have to have submitted a slip previously. We will be calling those who did submit a slip first, and then I'll be announcing that, if you wish to speak, please approach the podium, state your name, and then you would have up to 2 minutes to speak. So begin your list, Mr. Novato.
Thank you. We do have 2 podiums, so as I call your name, please go to the next available podium, and we'll get through everybody real quick. Scott Ashton, to be followed by John Bodorf, to be followed by Barbara Collins, to be followed by Louise Balma.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Scott Ashton, CEO.
Please, sorry, Scott.
Oh.
Please line up behind these folks. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sure. Scott Ashton, CEO of the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce. I'm really pleased to be here to express the Chamber's support for this project. You all received my letter of support, so I'm just going to touch on 2 quick issues. The first is critical revenue inflow for the city. Oceanside was a beneficiary of approximately $507 million of visitor spending in 2021, and about $140,000 of that was spent on accommodations, with the remainder benefiting our restaurants, retailers, arts and entertainment venues, and other small local businesses. This generated $17 million for the city of Oceanside in tax revenue. Adding a one-of-a-kind attraction like Ocean Camp will further solidify Oceanside's growing stature as a Southern California destination and will provide additional jobs and tax revenue that enhance the quality of life for all of Oceanside's residents. I also want to touch on housing. As you know, Oceanside's share of the regional housing needs assessment for the current cycle is approximately 5,400 housing units. As the RENA report shows, we need housing of all types to meet the needs of a wide variety of income levels for our current and future workforce. Ocean Camp will help make housing more accessible by developing multifamily units and allowing for a broader range of housing and a wide variety of market rates. The project goes a long way to meeting our city's housing needs, with up to 700 housing units planned. And for these reasons, I urge the council to uphold Planning Commission's approval. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry if it's a little fuzzy. I lifted that from the staff report. So the staff report was pretty thorough, but it missed something I thought was very, very important and has to do with the airport. And that is avgas. So this is a general aviation airport. So that means piston-powered aircraft, planes and helicopters. Unlike our cars, lead is still an aviation gas. So that's not from this airport. That's from a City of San Diego airport that we've been working with to get the lead out of their airports. As you can see, lead is contained in the aviation fuel avgas that is used by small piston engine aircraft that take off and land at this airport. People living, working, or traveling near this location will be exposed to lead as aircraft take off and land. So as you can see here, there's the airport and there's the site. Right next to the airport. This airport has been operating for over 50 years. And encircled in that yellow there is an elementary school. So again, lead, a lot of lead. So this is from the EPA's data. So Oceanside Municipal generates 66.5 pounds of lead every year. We've been working with the city and county of San Diego on their lead and their general aviation. But Oceanside, that airport is 66.5 pounds of lead every year. There is no safe level of lead. World Health Organization, CDC, and the American Academy of Pediatrics, there is no safe level of lead. So if any of those who are not sure about that, lead damages the brain and nervous systems. It slows growth and development, learning and behavior problems, and hearing and speech problems, children are especially vulnerable to lead. There is engagement for EPA, but the main thing is if this council approves this project, you are knowingly exposing anyone who is there to lead. So the council needs to either decide, are you doing housing or that air?
Thank you very much. Ms. Collins?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you all to hold your applause to the end so that we can get through the 30-something number of speakers, which might end up being 40. So thank you very much for your patience. Ms. Collins?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sanchez and council members. I'm here representing the Sierra Club, and we support the appeal by Preserve Calavera. Also, I want to start out by saying union jobs are great, and so is building affordable housing instead of paying in lieu fees. Totally support that, and that's a good moves for this project. Overall, though, the Sierra Club is very concerned about some environmental issues that we do not feel have been adequately addressed as they should be by state law. Some of the things that we are concerned about, and this is just a short list because we don't have a lot of time, a regional wildlife movement corridor extends right through the project site, and mitigation efforts as currently outlined are inadequate. Compliance with the sub-area plan has not been adequately documented. Project documents significantly underestimate the project's water demand, and as currently proposed, it does not delineate mitigation for excessive water use. Now, I heard a rebuttal tonight that the city's water shortage contingency plan can be implemented if they fall short. Well, that doesn't do anything except reinforce our concerns that the water use as calculated for the project is not realistic or adequately mitigated. Project traffic analysis fails to correctly analyze or mitigate for traffic impacts. The way that it was analyzed compared what is being proposed now with the pavilions. That's not how CEQA works. So just to close, the project as currently proposed should be tabled or rejected until an adequate EIR has been submitted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Louise Balma, to be followed by Leslie Gall, to be followed by Diane Hansen, to be followed by Jack Avareo.
Hello, Mayor Sanchez and council. Thank you for letting me speak. My name's Louise Balma. I have been a longtime resident of South Moore Hills for since 1994. I've served as a board member and still am on the California Surf Museum Board. And I also serve on the Planning Commission and Economic Development Commission for over 20 years. And before that, I was a business owner in skateboarding, surfing, and snowboarding. So I really get the action sports vibe. So when I saw Ocean Camp come before us in the very beginning with the Planning Commission, it was like, oh my gosh, this is like amazing, amazing project. Economically, it brings thousands of dollars to our city's general fund. It brings good paying jobs and union jobs to our city, which is another great thing. And the jobs are going to be cool. I mean, who wouldn't want to work at the Ocean Camp pool? It connects action sports with the project, which is mentioned by the developer. It's very true. All of the companies are going to want to have offices in these commercial spaces for their marketing and events and promotion teams, and have their athletes train in the pool. It's a kind of a natural connection. It's never been done before. Housing, I think the housing element is going to be enriched by the lifestyle that this whole project generates for a youthful kind of great place to live. And I'm glad the affordable housing is going to be there because that's a great place for a lot of the hospitality sector of the people to live in. So that's a great connection to have them live there. There's so many things I could go on, but basically, I hope that you guys uphold our Planning Commission decision. We vetted it just as you have, and we've gone through a lot of the staff reports and to see that it's there, it's good. And I think this would be a game changer for Oceanside. It would be a great thing for all of our citizens who live here, for people who visit. It's going to put us on another level. I mean, our downtown has done a great job for us, and this is only going to make it better. So please uphold the Planning Commission's approval.
Thank you. If we could please hold your applause so that we can get through everybody's comments. Thank you. Ms. Gall?
Hi, good evening, Mayor Sanchez, Deputy Mayor Kyman, City Council members. My name is Leslie Gall, and I'm the CEO of Visit Oceanside. And on behalf of the Oceanside tourism and hospitality industry and my board of directors, I wanted to express our support for Ocean Camp. And also, I want to note that I do live in that neighborhood off of Fusat as well. The Ocean Camp project is an ideal use for this commercial location. We're losing land opportunities for revenue generating businesses and commercial businesses, and so this is ideal. It provides economic impact and jobs. It supports responsible and sustainable tourism, and it's an ideal fit for Oceanside's personality. It's important to continue to support the character of our community and leverage and lean into projects that are a natural part of our DNA. The action sport industry is inherent to Oceanside and is an important part of our cultural heritage. Currently, the project weaves this in through state-of-the-art experiences that include surf, water sports, biking, skateboarding, climbing, and more. In addition, there will be partnership opportunities for local brands to include culinary and experiential retail. There will be venue space to highlight and feature local artisans, craftsmen, as well as sporting and cultural events that celebrate our diverse communities. Our brand is what differentiates Oceanside from other communities, directly impacting economic development and quality of life for our residents. In addition, having new resources like this will help relieve impact on our beaches by offering another venue with revenue-generating opportunities in the off-season. This is something that is in line with our destination stewardship goals. The economic impact to the city will be over $80 million in the first decade, generating more tax dollars than any other big box stores while having a smaller impact on traffic. This positive impact will generate significant revenues that help pay for vital services such as police and important infrastructure projects. This project will in turn create revenue-generating opportunities for our small businesses. According to a recent study from Dean Runyon and Associates, 74% of visitors spending Oceanside goes to businesses other than lodging. Thank you for your time and consideration on this project.
Ms. Hanson?
Hi, I'm Diane Hanson. Hello, Mayor Sanchez and City Council. I moved to Oceanside from LA County in 1995. The beach was close, the climate was great, housing and traffic were reasonable. It was the life I wanted. Things have changed since then. The City Council has put the concerns of the developers and tourists before its citizens. The housing developments are not affordable. The rents are rising by hundreds of dollars a month, which adds to the homeless problem. I realize you have a state quota regarding density, but stop crowding Mission Boulevard, Oceanside, and Vista Way. Yes, there's public transportation there, but I rarely see anybody in the buses or the trains during the day. Something has to be done to promote transportation. High-density apartments may soon look like the projects in Chicago. Better use of the open areas in the east. Put industry or high-tech companies there. They pay better wages, and in some cities, companies have built housing for their employees. The hotels have taken up most of the beach areas. You can't see the ocean until you're on the sand. Citizens have to hunt for a place to park, and when they find it, they have to pay for it. The new city plan is lovely, but it's not practical. Agenda 19 is for Key Resort, 300 Key Resort, and that's fine. But a wave lagoon? We're drinking recycled wastewater because we're in a drought. Put a halt to that water lagoon. We live in Oceanside. That means we have the ocean here. We don't need a phony wave with only 6 people can use at one time. I ask the citizens of Oceanside to be protected by this city council. You took an oath to protect and serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Jack Avarillo, and thank you, Mayor Sanchez, for your time and council members. I am here to speak in support of the development. I grew up in San Diego. I've been here my whole life. I've had the opportunity to really see it grow. After college, I came back down to San Diego, and I now work in retail leasing and advisory. I work in a team of 10 or 12 other guys here. We all do this locally. We've all grown up in San Diego. We've had the opportunity to get to know John a little bit better, talking about this project over the last handful of months. I know it's been in motion for a long time. But I think we're all really excited to see this come to fruition. It's an opportunity to really activate this part of our county, to add a more dynamic retail offering. We know that there's a lot of businesses that would love a chance to be at a development like this. So we'd just love to see it come to fruition and do so in a timely manner. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to announce that the Padres won today, 8-5, so. Sorry about that. Okay, Mr. Kohler?
All right, right on. Okay. Hello, council members. My name is Scott Poehler, and I'm the VP of Project Development and board member for Urban Surf for Kids, and I strongly support this project. Oceanside is a unique opportunity here to host a truly unparalleled global destination. In terms of participation, surfing is the fastest growing sport in the world, and wave projects like this are the most compelling and fastest growing entertainment concepts globally. So like it or not, the wave parks are coming. Developed surf projects have proven to realize positive economic and cultural impacts to unforeseen levels. So with that said, wave pool developers and investors are aggressively pursuing sites in San Diego right now. Unfortunately, most trade areas can only accommodate 1 to 2 of these types of projects. So being first to market is absolutely critical, and Ocean Camp is light years ahead of other similarly planned projects in San Diego County. This will be a place for locals, for visitors, kids, families, competitions, events, training, health and wellness, and so much more. Basically, this will be envied by all projects in San Diego County, and this window of opportunity is not going to last long, so hopefully Oceanside can take advantage of Ocean Camp's first mover position, momentum, and make this dream destination a reality. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Corey Whitlock, to be followed by Robert Velasquez, to be followed by Stephanie Peraza.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Sanchez and city council members. My name is Corey Whitlock. I am a resident of Oceanside, a homeowner of San Luis Rey, and a business owner on Mission Avenue. I have 3 businesses here located in Oceanside that all revolve around surfing. My father started making surfboards in 1963, and this is something that is very passionate to us. As a business that operates on the beach in Oceanside and the residents and with the retail down in downtown, we support this project going forward. As a surf instructor, it teaches thousands of people how to surf every year. We'll be able to employ 20 to 30 instructors per year, year-round, versus 6 weeks out of the summer. We look forward to the development coming in. We see it as a positive impact to bring tourists to our neighborhood. Even though that Oceanside is a big surf community, it is a very sleepy town, and as a business owner, we need that influx of people year-round. I brought some of my staff here today. I brought some of my students here that have participated in my surf club, and they'll be speaking too. We appreciate your time, and we look forward to you guys approving this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. How about doing this, okay? Because we are looking at you, yes. Robert Velasquez?
Yes, hi. Thank you, Mayor Esther Sanchez and respected city council members. My name is Robert Velasquez, and I am currently a North County resident as well as a continuous San Diego County resident since 1966. I'm currently an active union carpenter and have been here since 1977 serving my apprenticeship. So that's 45 years and a month now. When I was first aware of this project, I was totally flabbergasted that this design was actually happening, the wave machine. Now, take note of this name, Carl Ekstrom, a shaper and a surfer in La Jolla, who I happen to know. We had a conversation in the late 80s about the concept of the actual wave machine. Well, he was able to collaborate with another associate at the Scripps Institution of Oceanography, and it actually came to its design in Texas, and that was the first one and that I'm aware of in this country. And you know, this was all on a drawing board back in the late 80s when we were having this discussion with some other surfers in La Jolla. And it's incredible that it's actually happening right now, several decades later. And I also wanted to mention that my niece taught surfing school during her graduate work at UC Santa Cruz. She actually a surfing instructor, and she would do that to subsidize her, her tuition. Her father, who was also a union carpenter and living on a pension right now, would not have been able to actually put her through school, through graduate school, without having a livable wage as a union carpenter. So that's the advantages of a livable wage and being a local carpenter and working locally. The educational opportunities for this particular project I can see is in several facets, not only for the surfing schools, but also for our apprentices. We have apprentices that can actually start
Thank you very much,
from
sir.
ground floor up to finish. Thank you. And
Thank you. Stephanie Berasa?
Yes. Hi, thank you so much, esteemed council members and mayor, for having us, or giving us and allowing us the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Ocean Camp project. We are fully in support of this project. I am the wife of a local 619 carpenter and the mother of a 9-year-old boy who is very much like his papa and will likely follow in his footsteps. So this project is really, really important for us in terms of being able to keep a lot of jobs local. Sometimes my husband has to travel very far away from home, hours and hours and hours, to get work that is going to bring home a livable wage. And to have a project like this coming in with the integrity to hire local union representatives and union workers is a great, great privilege for us. We really like this company. They've shown their integrity by wanting to employ skilled and highly trained employees to develop their project, which is going to be really important to them. We are also, I'm also really excited that this may be an opportunity for my son in the future to get one of his first part-time jobs or a first job, which will be an experience for a lot of the local residents for their kids. So I am definitely in favor of this moving forward. My son thinks it's very cool, and I bet he's not the only 9-year-old child out there that's going to think it's very cool, and I hope that you will consider moving this forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jorge
Wave.
Viramontes, to be followed by Jacinto Dominguez, to be followed by Theodore Velasquez, to be followed by Sienna Sullivan.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. How are you? Jorge Viramontes, proud North County union carpenter. I don't think you realize the significance, the importance of a project like this. If you look behind me, on the side of me, not only my fellow carpenters, but our fellow tradesmen, the work of us North County residents being able to work in our own backyard to build something, to get home, like as my coworker here said, to get home to their family, to be able to make their kids' games. It's important, but I want to give a big shout out, council members, to owner-developer, the responsible owner-developer, Ocean Camp, that's bringing a project like this to the North County to keep our workforce working, which in turn, they're going to hire responsible general contractors, which will hire responsible contractors. What I mean by responsible, local, skilled, trained union workers. And on top of that, if we get a chance to work on it, not only can I say, hey, I built this, but at the end, I can jump in my wagon. I got a Volkswagen, drive it down with my daughter. She's learning to surf. I'm grabbing a burger. So let's get this passed. Thank you.
Wave. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, City Council, my name is Jacinto Dominguez. I'm here representing the Carpenters Union 619, and I'm going to be presenting my remarks in Spanish because we do have a large, like your constituency, we have a lot of members that speak Spanish, and we want to be able to relate to them. It's Chip and Joanna Gaines compound in Waco. Como su conscripción general, los de ustedes son de habla hispana y de collar azul, así nosotros también somos trabajadores. Yo he trabajado en proyectos donde yo no podía comprar un hogar en el proyecto porque no ganaba bastante dinero con la compañía. Por eso estoy en el sindicato, porque me han dado oportunidad para hacer mejor dinero, para hacer aseguranza, para criar a mi familia como yo pienso como uno quiere. Y por eso aplaudimos la decisión de ustedes para promover este proyecto con la ayuda de los sindicatos de la Unión. Así que les damos muchas gracias por eso y esperamos que sigan con el proyecto y que no escuchen los que no quieren que siga adelante. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. For those who didn't understand, Mr. Viramontes indicated that as a union member, earning livable wage job, having a job that has a livable wage, that to him this is very important because he would be able to live in a place like this in one of these communities, especially North County. Mr. Dominguez? No, Velasquez.
Hello, I'm Theodore Velasquez. I had my brother here who got me into the union, and I'm a proud union. I am retired now, but I'm active and very proud to be still a carpenter from San Diego, and I'm here because I want to support my union, and I want to support this project for many reasons. Number one, I am a surfer. I've been a surfer 52 years. I'm also I just was an Oceanside resident up until 6 months ago, and I love living here. I am a substitute teacher at Oceanside High and also at El Camino at this moment, and I'm a proud member of 20 years of being a longboard surfing club member. And I support this because not only of surfing, but being a carpenter, so it's a twofold thing. It's a wonderful thing that we finally have a group that's going to employ us and build something of value and something of value for our children. Being a substitute teacher that I work every day, I've come to realize that the children is what's up and coming, and being an Oceanside community, surfing's everything. If we can teach them how to surf and to have water safety is the most important thing. We don't want to have any kids try to go out in the ocean and have problems and drown or such. So having something like this controlled and having surfing contests is a wonderful thing, and Union Carpenters building it is everything in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. You are Sienna.
Yeah.
You can start, Sienna.
Hello, Mayor Sanchez and council members. My name is Sienna Sullivan. I'm 11 years old in 6th grade, and I go to Coastal Academy. Ocean Camp would be a great addition to Oceanside because it creates a fun environment. It's a great addition for residents and tourists. The wave pool lets surfers surf a man-made wave that is predictable. This leads to pros from Oceanside. I understand that people have concerns about the environmental impact, traffic, accidents, and it being too close to the airport. These concerns are and will be addressed. At some point, there will be a change to the area, so we want to make it a fun, family-friendly place. I hope you support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Sienna.
Our next speaker is Beto Gutierrez, to be followed by Emily Gutierrez, to be followed by Randy Lochtefeld, to be followed by Brian Baer.
Hello, Esther, Mayor. Thank you for having us and everybody else. This is Rafael, future surfer. I'm a surfer also. I am born and raised here, and I'm 2nd generation here, 5th generation Californian. I totally wish this was in the 80s, back in the days. It would have kept me out of trouble. I want to keep my boy out of trouble because we are surfers. We like the beach. We love that. But you know what? This camp is totally what we need. This changes every rule here in town. Yes, there's people that naysay it. No. There's so many kids that wouldn't be in trouble, that would actually have something to do other than just sit there and ride their bikes and skateboard. Man, you can go surfing in a pool. Whoa. Isn't that nice? But as an avid 619 carpenter, I also want to be here and work in Oceanside. I'm currently working in El Cajon. I had to drive my butt up here really quick just to be here with my son and my wife, you know? And I really hope you guys pass this. It would be a really good thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Emily Gutierrez, and I urge you to move forward with this project. Like my husband just said, he spends most of his time driving to and from work, and it really puts a strain on him being able to bond with the little baby and everything. And I see that this developer is really responsible in wanting to hire union workers, and I totally approve this. I totally approve this project, so I urge you to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and councilors. My name is Randy Lochtefeld. I'm with SurfLock. We're the technology developer for the Ocean Camp project. And I wanted to just mention that my colleagues and I spent the last 2 days at the Surf Park Summit, which is an annual symposium of surf park developers, surf industry experts, and developers, and this was held in La Jolla just over the last 2 days. And it was really exciting. There was a lot of developments going on in the surf park world. And I think what is safe to say, though, is that throughout the world, there's surf park developments happening. And it's starting to pick up steam in the US a little bit more, but outside of the Coachella Valley in California, there's no other surf park projects that are seriously happening other than Ocean Camp here in Oceanside. And it's for all the aforementioned benefits of this project. This project, if approved and passed and built, will be one of the very few projects in coastal Southern California. And it'll be an absolute destination, undoubtedly, not only for tourists coming to the city of Oceanside, but for residents that'll be able to enjoy the project here. So I urge you to pass it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and adjacent members, for the opportunity to express my strong support for this one-of-a-kind project. This project provides an immense opportunity for community enhancement and uplift through recreational experiential opportunities. I've experienced this firsthand on other wave pool projects in California and beyond. This project is a positive demonstration of responsible and sustainable-minded development approach through partnering with technology providers who are on the cutting edge of sustainable design, including integration of advanced reclaimed, reused water treatment systems designed to reduce water utilization. This project serves as a beacon of healthy activity, recreation, and innovation. This project provides access to surfing to all in a controlled environment, creating an immense opportunity for community members to participate in the life-changing benefits of surfing, recreational activity, and the creation of shared uplifting experiences and memories with family, friends, and community. I strongly support this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Sean Ellis. I am a political organizer for the United Association Local Union 230. That's the plumbers and pipe fitters here in San Diego. Look, let's just speak the facts. You guys have an inherent responsibility to develop this city. Your average citizen here makes $32,000 a year median income. You have a responsibility to create middle-class jobs, make this city the next jewel of North County. This project is going to provide not only middle-class jobs, sustainable jobs, jobs where my brothers, the carpenters, are going to make well over enough money to own a house here in Oceanside. My brothers and sisters here in the UA will be able to own a house here in Oceanside. Don't listen to other groups about environmental justice. This project has been put through the ringer. I know we did it with them. We looked at it. We are the plumbers that are going to build the on-site water reuse. We are the highly skilled and highly trained members of the United Association that will pipe this, that will make sure that this system not only takes care of the water usage and creates a business model to bring so much capital to this city that needs it. Let's be clear, I live here. I'm a Pacific Islander and I see how my people live here. So this job will not only hire responsible local contractors that are gonna hire local folks with the zip codes, it's gonna bring money back here. And let's be honest, when does developers, union, and the community get together to build a project that will set the precedence in this community? Let's just make that real clear. You finally have business, you finally have labor, and you have community members standing tall to fight inflation, to fix this economy, to create a middle class, and we are ready to build America. We are ready to build North County. Please don't stand in our way. We're ready to do this. Thank you for your time. You guys have a beautiful evening.
Thank you.
David Shepard. David Shepard, to be followed by Annie Altamirano, to be followed by Lucas Mallory, to be followed by Godfrey Wahira.
Good evening, Mayor.
If I could just ask one more time. You know, doing this, we can see who you support. I think we have a sense of who's supporting who, right? But that would be helpful to, like, running through, because we're more than halfway through. Good news. But we still have others who want to be heard. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is David Shepard. I'm a resident of Oceanside, and I'm here in support of the application before you. You know, I'm really excited about the opportunity to create a place for Oceanside that will have energy and activity that will last for years. The thing I'm also excited about is, frankly, the opportunity for more housing. I've got 3 teenage kids right now, and I have no idea where they're going to be living when the time comes when they move out, become boomerang kids, and then go back out again. So for those reasons, I'm going to keep it brief and just hope that you support everything that's before you today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Altamirano?
Yeah. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Annie Altamirano. I'm a plumber for Local 230. We're the local skilled pipe trades here in San Diego County, and we're here to support the project. For us, any project needs to be proposed in such a way that it gives back to the community. This one is going to define Oceanside due to its size and impact on the community here in Oceanside. We are proud to support it. The developer knows that and has committed to building with the best contractors who will pay a living wage on site and will provide a safe work site so that we can provide a quality product. And those benefits come back to everyone. As a single woman here in San Diego County, in trying to figure out what could I do to earn a living wage, I ended up choosing to be a plumber, which, you know, I guess I didn't quite know what I was getting myself into, but it turned into be a family affair, and I really enjoy it. I'm here in support of my brothers that are tired, and they're at home with their families, and I'm also a homeowner, and that's only possible because of huge projects like this that, you know, keep me local and is a way for me to afford to live here in this cool city. And please consider the impact of this and vote to stand with us and support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Lucas Mallory, Area Manager for PCL Construction, the general contractor on the project. So in addition to me being just thrilled to be part of constructing this type of project, it's not lost on us, and it can't be understated, the need and importance for this project to be built by the city of Oceanside and by the people around the city of Oceanside. So we really, you know, we hear from families, we hear about the driving, we hear about people that want to see the fruits of their labor. I drive by projects that I've built, and I show my kids, and I get to point and have that moment of connection, and we want that for the people here as well. So really, in partnership with the developers, in partnership with our union brothers and sisters, we really are committing to a higher local program. We are going to be figuring out how to prioritize individuals that live in and around Oceanside to be part of this project, so that we can really and truly make this an economic engine that just grows the full area, both in terms of the economic output and the retail, but also the people and the pride and workmanship that we'll get out of this project. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Godfrey Wahira, and I'm with I'm with SDC, and it feels so good to refer to ourselves as ex-appellants on this. Hopefully, I'm not making up words, but yes, John and his team did reach out to us, and they are very, very reasonable people, very reasonable, and we are happy to have entered a legally enforceable settlement in which they have agreed to implement measures that address all our concerns and issues raised. And yes, the agreement is really deep. It is a really clean project. As he talked about construction emissions, taken care of, biological resources taken care of, water conservation, one of the big issues, taken care of. I mean, this is going over and above what's on the SEIR. So I think this is a really, really, I mean, it's a clean project. Let me just leave it at that. And that's why we dropped our appeal. That's why we are here in support of the project. And I think that is one of the many, many reasons to approve the project. It truly does go over and beyond legal requirements. And it's good to have developers who actually value the environment. And with that, I stand with John and his team and with all the supporters in asking you, please approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Yeah, Jose Pena. Good evening, council members. My name is Jose Pena. I'm also speaking on behalf of City San Diego. We believe now more than ever that the major projects must give back to the community, and they must also build with the highest environmental standards in mind. I want to note that the developer has gone above and beyond their legal mandate in terms of their outreach to us. They spent time working with us, which we greatly appreciate. We are here to enthusiastically support the Ocean Camp project. Thank you, and we ask you to approve it.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Doug Hicks, to be followed by Dan Monahan, to be followed by Jim Kepton, to be followed by Jason.
Good evening, Mayor Sanchez, council members. Let's talk about what this project really was. This was a parking lot. I saw my last drive-in movie there in 1998. It was Waterboy. This is an amazing investment in the community.
But it was a great theater, though.
It was. I love it. I still love a good drive-in. We got a few left. But I'd like to commend the developer. They came in and they understand what a partnership looks like. There's a lot of developers that come into Oceanside, they pillage, they leave. They don't invest in the community that they're going to profit from. It's not a bad thing that developers make a profit. It helps the community. It makes people want to invest here. It's a good place to build. Oceanside's got land stock. They're turning an old defunct drive-in movie theater into an economic powerhouse. It's going to put local carpenters to work. This is important enough for our brothers and sisters from the plumbers and pipe fitters to show up, union carpenters, families bringing out infants to show you how important this is. There's going to be people that say, I don't want this to change. Somebody said the same damn thing when they built their house in 1966 in an orange field. Progress is important to a city. Local jobs matter. This is going to bring jobs, wages, benefits, economic development, TOT tax. This is everything that Oceanside's been talking about. Sending a message to developers that when you come to Oceanside, you hire local, you hire skilled union labor, you reinvest in the community, you stand shoulder to shoulder with the residents, you stand shoulder to shoulder with the next generation, providing apprenticeship opportunities for the residents from Oceanside. What's the most important question you ask somebody in Oceanside? Where'd you go to high school? And if you don't answer it right, you're not a local. Point blank and period. That matters. If you haven't had breakfast at Cafe 101, people don't want to hear from you. This is a developer that understands what it takes to be part of this unique community. They've embraced the surf culture, and they've embraced the hard-working culture of the people of Oceanside. I ask you to move this project forward and send a strong message. Oceanside is the place to build, and to build it local. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, how are you guys? My name's Dan Monahan, excuse me, and I work in the action sports industry. You've heard a lot of talk about my industry. I work for the Dew Tour, which is Pepsi and Mountain Dew's annual action sports competition and 3-day festival. And you know, in our world, there's a lot of support for this type of project, and a lot of the sustainability conversations that have been happening. I mean, I think something that needs to be kept in mind with this project is that, you know, as soon as they open doors, Ocean Camp's going to be able to have a lot of high-level conversations with big-time corporations, leaders in sustainability and the environmental sector, and create partnerships that tell really cool stories, how they're implementing their solutions and their technology into the day in, day out operations of Ocean Camp, helping just with the overall environmental story of what Ocean Camp is doing to improve its footprint. You know, on the other side of thing, on the other side of it, on the competition side of it, we need to think about this as basically adding a sports arena, sports venue to Oceanside. When you're talking about world-class waves at the push of a button, in the middle of Southern California with hotels, restaurants, infrastructure for fans, athletes. It's a game changer. And I know folks, you know, the WSLs of the world, USA Surfing, a big prize down the road. The Summer Olympics are coming to Los Angeles. There's no reason that Oceanside can't host the qualification trials or heck, even actual Olympic events being held here in the city of Oceanside with the entire world watching. Doesn't get much better than that. So pretty cool project. And I know that, you know, my industry is excited and hopefully we can make it happen.
Thank you. Mr. Kempton?
Good evening. I'm Jim Kempton. I'm the president of the California Surf Museum. On behalf of the California Surf Museum, I'd like to say that we support this project. We're very proud to be the second largest attraction for tourists in Oceanside, and we would be delighted if this group were to beat us out on that, because we feel that every one of us helps each other, and this group has been very, very cooperative and supportive of the California Surf Museum. We even plan to have our next gala when they are completed here at the Wave Park, which just sort of, I think, indicates the kind of attraction that this kind of a project will endure. So we strongly support the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason?
Good evening. Honorable Mayor, council members, and city staff. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. For the record, my name is Jason Santos. I came up here to share two items dovetailing nicely what I think from the previous speaker, Dave Shepard, had shared regarding housing and his kids. I'm a third generation, so first note, I'm a third generation North County resident who has family and friends that grew up in the area, have built relationships, and who can no longer live in the same community that they grew up in. It's great to see that this unit count is 700, and the possibility of having housing for our future generations is big time in my eyes. On the second note, is a quote that I recently heard that I think resonates well with land development and housing, and that is, at the heart of housing and land development discussion lies a major cultural challenge. Our democracy is sometimes at odds with our long-term interests. Planning and investment decisions made by democratic local governments far too often prioritize preferences of current residents who seek to protect what they have over the needs and interests of citizens who have not yet arrived or have not yet been born. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor, Council, staff. Thanks for your time tonight to listen to me. My name is Tyler Martin, and I am stuck in an endless cycle of renting. And I have a dream of owning a home, and it's really hard. Price is out of control. It's absolutely out of control. Yeah. And the reason it's out of control is not a mystery. People are desperate. People are desperate for housing opportunities. At 33 years old, I would cash in my 401k for the opportunity at one of these homes. And then I start all over with retirement. It's that serious, and people are getting hurt. And we, in particularly young people and young families, because they're the ones trying to enter the housing market. It's a part of our retirement plan. It's important to us. And when this community is built, I would like you all to drive through and see the families that move into these homes and know that you made the decision to approve their American dream, because that's what this is, 700 American dreams, 700 opportunities. Thank you.
Excuse me, can I ask you, where do you live?
Yes, I live in Ocean Beach, and
Okay.
I recently, I work in North County.
That's it, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Crystal Hillsley. I'm the founder of a company called Crystal Clear Nutrition Group, and I implement sustainable agriculture and facilitate sustainability principles with projects in the hospitality industry. I've already spoken at events with South Morrow Hills and Oceanside, and I'm a huge supporter. I'm here to share my support and advocacy for the progression and realization of this project. I will be analyzing and exploring the potential sustainable practices which are based on models that have been tested and consolidated. I just need to identify the desired composition for the area. I'm going to be exploring such thing as on-site food production. Not only is this a part of the Climate Action Plan, but it's also number 12 of the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals. It reduces greenhouse gases and it creates less traffic. Green roofs, they create water conservation, they prevent stormwater runoff as well, they reduce energy that's needed for heating and cooling. They increase pollinators and birds. There's also a credit program here in San Diego, which I'm sure you're all well aware of. I'm going to be exploring partnerships to accomplish other sustainability goals, such as the Farm Lab. There's an area for that on this project. Very similar to what Encinitas Unified School District has done, which has created a school program for kids. It's fed their cafeterias at local schools. There's after-school programs and furthermore kids' education. We have a chance to create the nationwide model for wellness and sustainable tourism right here in Oceanside. Sustainability is a pillar of the surf culture. From a patriotic standpoint, I've been involved with the Waco project personally, and I've also been involved with a lot of the athletes that have trained there, namely Carissa Moore. She got gold after training there. She also trained at another surf pool. We're bringing this opportunity right here to California. Others that are headed to sorry, it's slipping my mind now, to France in 2024 or 2026. And we really have an opportunity to bring that here to Oceanside. So I'm a huge supporter. Thank you for your time.
Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you today. My name is Jim Hill. I live locally. I live in the airport neighborhood. I am totally excited about this opportunity that should have happened, I guess, 2 years ago now? My kids are still waiting. They would like to work there. They would like to surf there. It's a fantastic opportunity for development. Speaking about Waco, I'm going to Waco next month. I'm going to try it out. I've had some friends that have done this for probably a couple years now since it has opened. It's an exciting opportunity. Waco has boomed. We can do the same for here. Our economic development here and our development process here has been fantastic. The naysayers about, hey, let's not do this because, there's a squirrel running through the area. Well, over here where we had the theaters, where we're going to be doing this development, that was already a movie theater. It was a swap meet. It was these other things. It's, an encampment for homeless right now. We've got to address that issue, get those out. It's not affordability of housing per se. Oceanside is affordable as far as housing goes within the whole community of San Diego, including the coastal area. So it's just, depending on where you want to live, go to where you can live and afford to live and then move up. Everybody has to do it. It's a process. Once again, please pass this. I think it should have been passed a while ago until these other two groups came through, maybe strong arm the developer. So anyway, totally in favor for it. On to you.
Thank you.
Is Jim Kempton here? Oh. All right, well then we'll move on to Drew.
All right, thank you everybody and good evening. I'd like to start off telling you that I live in District 1. I live in the Waynes View Estates right behind the airport. I would be most directly impacted by this development. And I'm excited about it. To be honest, listening to everybody here and having the opportunity to come here last and just hearing the support for this project and the benefits it's going to bring to our community, really exciting. This is something that could really put Oceanside on the map, much like Legoland did for Carlsbad. So we're very excited about having something like this in our own community. On a second point I'd like to make is that I really would like to recommend to this council that you begin to adopt a more stringent appeal process. The fact that 3 people can come up here with 25 signatures and drag every single one of us up to this council to have to bring a development like this to the city is pretty disheartening. I'd like to post this picture. If you could bring that up really quickly. This is the applicant, and she's currently sewing. So I don't know what does this really mean to her? Does this really affect her?
I want to, no, you are out of order. This is not a character situation here. Just address the issue.
I'm addressing it. So the point of this is the fact that You have somebody who maliciously attacks developments and makes it harder for people to live in this city. This is a good project and it's a much-needed housing project. I would really like to see the council tonight move adoption of this and begin looking at a more stringent process for the appeal. To develop speed bumps in a community that we have, it takes us to produce 75% of community support, whereas a development can be blocked by 25 people to come to this process so that one person can get a payout from the developer. I think this process needs to change, and we need to do better for our citizens here in Oceanside. Thank you.
Mr. You are out of order. We do not entertain comments that are attacking the character of others. Please, in the future.
I've spoken nothing but the truth.
Let's take a break.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. We have gone through all the slips. Did we have anyone else that, I see somebody standing. Okay.
No, we're through the registered speakers.
Yes. So you did not have to submit a slip. If you wish to also speak, please approach the podium. You have up to 2 minutes to speak. And we have the first speaker.
Thank you. Rob Howard, Oceanside resident. I live in the Rancho Dolo area. I'll try to make this fast. Number one, I appreciate the fact that what I've seen tonight is a group of people that don't normally work together. And I have an ask. I'm wearing my Oceanside hat because I want to remind people that I just believe Oceanside should do things a different way. I think we can do things together. I think we can do things cordial. I can respect when someone has a different opinion and we can have that conversation. And that's what I want to see out of Oceanside. While it may take a day extra to get the job done, I would rather take time to get the job done because this project, because of the questions that people brought to them, made some improvements that are going to be better for our community. So I'm good with us having conversations. My ask is this. We're talking about revenue. We're trying to bring that together. But what I don't want us to forget about is the fact that we have conversations now about crime. We have conversations about what's not going on. I'd like to ask us all to remember to invest in our communities. Let's take some of that revenue. Let's fully staff the community centers because it's more than just the young people. We have people who come there who need help with different things about how to maneuver through the city and might not be able to make it to downtown. So thank you all for seeing what we can do with the project. But more than anything else, I want to make sure we're being respectful of folks because they have a different opinion. I want to thank the developers for bringing us all together. And let's not forget, we need to focus on our renewables, microgrids, focusing on our community, young people getting hired. We got a whole checklist. Let's not forget the checklist. And for our labor union folks, let's call down to the city and make sure that they have your work and your skill at the career tech ed at the high schools so that we can continue to generate the people to do that work. Thank you, Honorable Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Mr. Hill?
Mayor, Council, Joe Hill, Oceanside resident, 22 years. Couple of questions and a couple of statements. First of all, we get no water from the Carlsbad desal plant. I'm sure if the council doesn't know that, they should already. Also, golf courses are mainly using reclaimed water now. They're not using regular water, so that I don't understand that comment from the applicant. I guess my questions are more performance questions. How long is it going to take to complete the entire project, and what's going to come first? The houses, pool, the retail? What is that? Is that all laid out in writing somewhere? What other projects has this development company done before this one? Oceanside Partners is not the company doing this work. It's N4FL Development, which was incorporated back in 2014. So they've had many LLCs from, there's too many to name. The other question I have is, this is the same company, same owner that did the Grandview project. Does anyone remember that Grandview project? 2018 it was passed. They were supposed to build 26 homes in Fire Mountain. Guess what? 4 years later, they just started today. Is that what's going to happen with this big project if they've never done anything this size before? Also, how is the project being paid for? Is it going to be paid for by investors? Is it going to be paid for by Flora LLC in Greenfield, California? How much does the development cost? These are just all questions to be considered. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michael Modello, and thank you for giving me the time to speak. I actually was going to speak to a different project, but as it pertains to the exact same neighborhood where I live, which is the Oceanside airport neighborhood, well, this will affect. I'll just keep my comments to this. I sent everyone an email on the council and to you, Mayor Sanchez, this morning about my concerns for the other projects. So rather than take your time here, I have the letter and I can send that to you. At the end of the day, we all know it would be great to have park space and no development. Everybody wants to live how it was 50 years ago. Not realistic. They're going to develop something. As a person who is a homeowner in that neighborhood with an 8 and 10-year-old and a husband who surfs, my 2 daughters surf. They skate at Prince Park, also Alex Road Park. If there's going to be a development, hey, Wave Park, great. My husband's gone to Waco. He surfs every single day. He's not flying. We're both pilots. So great that they're using union workers. You couldn't find anybody else who supports you more. But my only concern that I would say with the project is the same concern that I have with the other project, and that is traffic congestion. And so I would ask if you're going to, modify this or look at the impact. It seems there's already 1,000 homes in the development. If you very, very minimally assume there's 2 people per house, which is very conservative, you're looking at 2,000 people already there with 1,000 cars, let's say. And with 700 homes, even if there's only 2 per home, that's another 1,400 people. Our neighborhood is bordered by Benet Road on the west side and Fusat on the east side. And so I would just ask that you really, really do look at the impact. We did have a fire this summer. Egress was an issue. Our cul-de-sac was evacuated. So I would just say, if there's any way to look at that part of it, and you can probably still make plenty of money, and we would welcome it, I would appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Walshaw?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Linda Walshaw. I'm the CEO of Mobile Home Advisory Committee. We're a countywide nonprofit. We've been working with servingseniors.org and SANDAG and UCSD students on research regarding housing for seniors in San Diego County that's almost completed. And one of the data that we were provided with from SANDAG is that we're expecting a huge population increase in North County, especially in Oceanside and coastal areas, within the next 5 years, 96% of which will be seniors over the age of 55. There's no housing plan for that. So what I have questions, especially because I was on the Housing Commission. I'd like to know what would be considered an affordable unit for this project. If, as I understand it, if say the units are going to cost $750,000 a piece or however much they're going to cost, then how much would an affordable unit be? Would it be $500,000? Because that's still not going to be affordable to the senior population. And our largest percentage of newly homeless right now are seniors and veterans. So we need to do something as a preventative measure to prevent more people from becoming homeless as we develop these projects. And I'd like to know if it's not means tested, then we can't count it with the state as affordable housing, as I understand. So I just have questions as to how this affordable housing component would work. And if the in-lieu fees are paid, would they be dedicated to build more affordable housing, or would they just go into the general fund? So I just need some other answers in order to support this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jeffrey Moore. I live in the airport community, and I'd like to say that the applicant has made a wonderful presentation. Beautiful surf park, lots of money coming into the city, but nobody's mentioned the impact to the airport community. we can hear the 76 from our house. The noise of the surfing, especially the plans for Olympics and competition and everything else, is going to be tremendous. I don't know what can be done about that, but I do know what can be done about the traffic jams. We already have traffic jams on the 76 in the morning and in the afternoon, and I'll bet you a lot of the people here have never been in those traffic jams. So what's it going to be like for us to get out, to go to work, to go to school, to go to the store, and back with 19,000 new cars going along there, plus the Olympics and all of the competitions? My recommendation to this council is that even though the 76 is a state route, that development that's necessary to handle the infrastructure can take place. As a matter of fact, I would think it would be up to the applicant to work with the state and with Caltrans to get that development done so that our traffic problem does not get huge. It will get even worse when the development on the roads happen, but it'll be worse than that if it happens after the project is built. So my recommendation is get the infrastructure done before the project is approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other requests to speak on this item? Okay.
Good evening, Council.
Ms. Kramer.
Carolyn Kramer, Oceanside resident. I do not support this project, and I do support the appeal of Preserve Calavera. This whole project was approved by the Planning Commission 14 years ago. This is an old SER that this was approved on, and I can't even imagine 14 years has gone by and we have not had any more impacts from 14 years ago? Who lives here? Anyway, it's an antiquated SER that this project was approved on. The proposed project has a whole lot more impacts to our community: traffic, noise, fire, airport crashes, deaths, and the big one, water. I sent you an email today addressing the wave pool technology being proposed for this wave lagoon. The wave pool technology is not addressed anywhere in writing that I have found. Please do your due diligence on this. At the Planning Commission meeting was the only time verbally was a technology suggested surf block. In all of my research, I cannot find where the surf block technology is actively working anywhere in the world. The 19 pools that are up and running and functioning in the world that I sent you today do not include surf block. Are we going to be another guinea pig like the other 3 projects with surf block that have been on hold since 2019 with no updates? There are multiple wave pool projects being proposed locally, 2 or 3 in Palm Springs, Paul Desert area, with one of them being rejected unanimously by the residents and their council based on the water use. There is another wave pool being proposed in the Baja area, the Kelly Slater Wave Company technology. I do not support a wave lagoon or this project because of the impacts to our community. But if for some reason you feel compelled to approve this project, please make this developer build the wave pool and all the community amenities before one house foundation is allowed.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mike Richardson. My parents' families settled in Oceanside in early 1920s. That's 100 years ago. My mom graduated from Oceanside High School in 1938. I was born just up the street in 1941. I graduated from Oceanside High School in 1959. My uncle was the first elected mayor of Oceanside in the early 60s. I had a cousin on the council in the 70s. My dad and his brothers built many of the buildings in Oceanside. So I think I have an idea of what's good for Oceanside. And I think this is a phenomenal project and that I urge you to approve of it.
Thank you. Any other requests to speak on this item? Sandy?
My name is Sandy Size,
and I live there in the airport area. I've lived there for 20 and a half years when they started building the homes there. I oppose this project because of the traffic. It is hard in the mornings to take my grandchildren to school. And also, we're having problems with the drought, and our water bills keep increasing and increasing. And why build a wave park there when we have the ocean where they can do whatever 2 miles away from our homes? We don't want, I'm 75 years old. I don't want all that noise behind my house. I want to continue to live in a peaceful, beautiful area. I love Oceanside. This is my home. And I lived in Orange County, and it became too hectic for me and my family. And we moved out here. And we're drinking water that's from the toilet to the faucet or whatever. And what about the water that's going to go into that wave park? You know, please think about us that live there. And if there's fires or anything, we're going to be, where are we going to go? Last time we only had one exit that we could go through, and it's very difficult for us. Please, please. I know that the development companies are huge and they have a lot of money, but we pay the taxes here. We lived here. We love Oceanside. And I'm not speaking only for myself, but for all the residents there that live in my area. We don't have any organization groups or anything, but we vote. And I'm asking to please, please think about us and our children.
Thank you.
Grandchildren. Thank you.
Any other requests to speak? I see nobody else rising, so I'm going to go ahead and close this part of the public hearing and go back to staff. I believe there were some questions that were raised by, I believe it was Joe Hill. Yeah, I guess rebuttal first. Ms. Nygaard, you have
8:26.
8 minutes, 26 seconds.
Good evening again. I think it's wonderful that our friends of labor have reached project labor agreements. That should happen with every project, shouldn't it? But from the beginning, not at the 11th hour like this. One really wonders, why is it at the 11th hour? It should have happened at the beginning. I'm surprised that Mr. Korn chose to talk about the content of what specifically was identified as a confidential meeting with me and actually misrepresents some of what was said. That says a lot to me about his credibility, and I think it should say a lot to you as well. Wonderful Seed reached an agreement on some of their concerns, but of course it's a complete mystery about what environmental impacts, if any, were addressed in that, because we certainly haven't seen anything about it. But let me just highlight a couple of things that we want you to remember as you decide what to do with this project. We believe this is the largest single project proposed in Oceanside in the last 25 years by a developer who has never built a project anywhere near this size, by a developer who mass graded this site in the regional wildlife movement corridor next to a river and didn't document their mitigation in the SEIR. A project based on a hyped wave pool that accommodates a maximum of 12 surfers at a time, and that based on the experience of other similar projects will cost over $100 an hour to use, will give preference to hotel guests, leaving little room for locals, and that is a few miles from a much bigger, much better free wave pool, the Pacific Ocean. A project with massive, unmitigated impact on our community. Please, please do not sell Oceanside short. Fix this project or flush it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so that was, yes. So if you need to do more clapping, because I apologize, I told you could clap at the end, and my apologies, I forgot to let you know that, remind you of that. So We now have back to staff to answer the questions. I believe it was Mr. Hill who had some questions at the end, and I believe, was it Ms. Walshaw that asked some questions about the affordability? Was it her?
Mayor and Council, with regard to the affordability, I think Ms. Walshaw asked what the in lieu fees would be. As noted at the beginning of the during Mr. Madera's presentation, this developer has voluntarily agreed to construct the inclusionary units on site. And so the way that will be implemented is that there are future residential development plans that will come before the Planning Commission and potentially before the City Council if they're appealed. And so there is a required condition of approval that there has to be an affordable housing agreement approved in which all of the details of how, when, and where those units will be built will be addressed and will be subject to the City Council's discretionary approval.
Right, and
so
at
there
this
will be
time-
no in lieu fees.
And they agreed to build on site.
That's right, and there is a condition in the page 17 of the mixed-use development plan has been amended to reflect that and to replace the language that's in there now. They had previously agreed to build 50%, so the current version of the mixed-use development plan has a 100% on-site requirement, subject to the affordable housing agreement consistent with our inclusionary housing ordinance. I think she also asked what those levels of affordability will be, and those are
It's
all
low.
set forth in our statute. And so we would be implementing that with the affordable housing agreement.
Right. So I think the questions that Mr. Hill had were how long it's going to take to complete, how phased, which companies will be involved if they have that. I believe that's going to be decided later, but I think, Mr. Madera, if you want to answer some of those questions, if you know.
Maybe I can start with one of them, Mayor.
Okay.
And that is the issue of phasing, because it was brought up in an earlier comment too, that I think the implication was that, or the allegation was that the city was going to allow 525 units without any commercial development, and that is not what the condition says. Condition 119 says that no building permit shall be issued for the 351st residential unit until a whole series of conditions have been met. And I'm not going to read all of them, but they were very carefully discussed and negotiated with the applicant. But among other things, the developer can't go past 351 units unless a precise grading permit for the resort hotel site in the mixed-use development plan and CUP has been issued. Substantial work, which we've very detailed defined in subsection D, has occurred with regard to that resort development. The construction loan and applicable equity investment and any mezzanine financing have closed. So the approvals would have to be granted. The funding for the project would have to be demonstrated and closed before they can go past 351. And then on top of that, there has to be a completion guarantee in place, much like we did with the beach resort project. A completion guarantee is in place guaranteeing the lien-free construction of the approved hotel to the satisfaction of the city attorney. And then we've defined what that substantial work means within the body of that condition. They also have to record deed restrictions to ensure that all of those commercial parcels have enforceable restrictions allowing only the approved uses in place, so they couldn't be converted to non-commercial uses down the road.
Thank you. Mr. Madera, do you have any other comments to make at this time before we take it to the council?
Mayor Sanchez, I have no other comments to add.
Depends on litigation.
Okay. To the council. Councilmember Weiss. Deputy Mayor Keim. I'm asking you if you'd like to make comments. There are no lights right now. So you'd like to make comments? Is that a yes? No. Oh, no. Okay, Councilmember Jensen. Shy at the dais.
I guess by default, I'll ask a question. On the local hire, is there a percentage attached to that or any restrictions on the local hire?
Councilmember Jensen, that's an agreement between the developer and the union that would probably best answered by the applicant.
John Korn for the developer. Thank you, Councilperson Jensen. Okay,
The answer is no, there isn't any percentage or it's not precisely defined. However, I think the way that's going to work is that all 4 unions will work in concert with the general contractor. You heard from Lucas Mallard from PCL today, and they'll basically set up a program that will prioritize local hire, that will emphasize Oceanside first, and then if we need to go outside of Oceanside, it'll go as short a distance outside of Oceanside as possible in that way. And so I can't give a number for it. I don't think that's known yet by any of the parties, but we're just going to prioritize local hire, and the details of that will come forward as we get closer to construction documents and setting up construction. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Weiss?
Yeah, I just want to address a traffic concern that has come up. And I understand that with the traffic studies that any impacts are being mitigated to below a significant level. However, at one point in time, the city had included Paula Road, an extension of Paula Road from this property heading easterly to connect, which would ultimately go to El Camino. If that connection were in place as part of this project, you would have significant traffic relief on Mission Avenue and 76. And a prior council, including the mayor, voted to remove that extension of Paula Road. So to me, you can't have it both ways. You can't remove key segments of roadways from the city's circulation element and then wonder why you have traffic congestion in other areas. But I do have a question for the city planner. On your slide under it's like the next to last slide, you make a comment that says extensive analysis clearly demonstrates that the appellant has not provided any basis to warrant overturning the Planning Commission's approval of the project. Do you still stand by that, sir?
Councilmember Weiss, I do.
Then I will move approval of staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Kime?
I just have a quick question for the applicant. We've heard a lot tonight from our local community, and that's a priority for me, is to make sure this project is a benefit to Oceanside and not just tourists. We have multiple high schools with surf teams. You saw some of the young children out here who this will be a great asset to them growing up. Do we have a commitment that we're going to include the city and make sure it's available to our residents and our kids and actually make this a community resource?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we see Ocean Camp as what I would call community conscious. And just a community asset for Oceanside. And we realize that part of that is to have Oceanside surfers be able to surf there on some sort of priority basis, and hopefully also for a discount as well. One of the speakers talked about the Surf Summit, which was the symposium in La Jolla. I went for that for 2 days. One of the issues that came up was how the repetition that you can get from surfing in a surf park can enhance your surfing skill by orders of magnitude compared to surfing in the ocean. Not that surfing in the ocean isn't great, but by being able to do the same maneuver over and over on a predictable wave, your skill level goes way up. So one of the things that we get excited about is the Oceanside High School surf teams being able to be the best in the county, the best in Southern California, maybe the best in California, because they get to practice at the Ocean Camp Wave Park and have the consistency of that.
Okay. And I think, we've heard some comments tonight that why would you build a wave pool next to the ocean? But I do think this is the demographic that would use that. It's people that surf that will use it on a daily basis, especially when there's no waves. Someone who's grown up surfing, I know this would have been a fantastic resource. But again, that's why I want to reiterate my priority to make sure we keep this accessible to Oceanside and make sure our children get a chance to use it. So.
Yeah, well, thank you. We feel the same way, and we're already exploring partnerships with the school district and also with other surf-oriented groups in Oceanside to do just that.
Okay, with that, I'll second the motion for approval.
Thank you. No other lights. I did have several concerns about this project, and I have been sharing those concerns with staff. The first concern that I shared was, we need affordable housing. We need to have it built. And I was not happy that what was the original plan was to build, I think, was it 5% or however many, but that changed, And I do very much appreciate that because I really wanted it on site. 70 units, 70 affordable units for low income versus moderate. We really desperately need low, and I'm really happy that that has been included. I also asked the question about short-term vacation rentals, that they not be that those be banned on this project, and that was also another agreement, and I appreciate that very much. I also asked our water director, our utilities director, Ms. Lindsay Leahy, I don't know if she's still here, regarding the use of water. The concerns that I had were, is this going to be an impact to our ratepayers? And she is here, she's approaching the podium. Because we are in a drought and things are going to get worse. And I have to be able to explain to the community the use of this water and is this really an impact? Would this be an impact to ratepayers, especially residents? And Ms. Leahy, you actually indicated that that would not be the case. And could you explain that again?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Lindsay Leahy, Water Utilities Director. So any cost of producing water are already included in our existing rates as well as projected into our financial model for future rates. This includes existing capital projects which we've constructed, including Pure Water Oceanside and developments of our recycled water program to develop our local water supply, as well as any future capital projects and programs. Development of this specific project would not specifically impact our water rates. Any water consumption used by this project would be paid for by the project itself. Additionally, just looking at the consumption of the project, specifically the wave pool itself would use approximately 0.13% of our total water consumption within the city for the year. And the project as a whole, including the projected hotel, commercial, and residential, would use approximately 0.84, so less than 1% of the total consumption of water in the city. So it would not have a direct impact on rates to other residents just because of this construction.
And any loss is based on the rate of evaporation because it's recycled water, right?
I'm not specifically
The water
clear on
that is being lost is because of evaporation, the evaporation rates?
That would be correct. There's water loss due to evaporation from the lagoon, as well as backwashing of the filters, from my understanding of the technology. I'm not an expert. However, that is part of the calculation that goes into the wave pool consumption.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I also was on the council when we approved the previous project, and I'm actually honored. I'm glad that we are honoring the neighborhood request, which was not to connect Paula Road, because that neighborhood is truly would be hugely impacted by cross traffic, and as I understand it, they still wanted that. So I'm actually, glad that we still have that. That we are not going to be requiring Paula Road to be built straight through. And having heard everyone, this is, I do appreciate that we're talking about livable wage jobs. That going forward, there are going to be more jobs. Comparing it to the previous project, and that this is going to actually end up being less traffic than the previous project. That definitely is another issue. That was also another issue for me, was the traffic. So I'm going to be supporting this project. I do feel that, the other thing before I say that, the cap of 700, which is, my question was, well, this has to come back to us. I understand that, and this has to be agreed by there needs to be an agreement regarding the housing and the numbers. If they were to ask for more than 700 based on, density bonus, would we have to approve that as a right?
You're approving, assuming you vote to approve it, a mixed-use development plan that has a cap of 700 units. So if a
So that's a definite
developer,
cap.
yeah, if a developer would want to exceed that, you'd have your discretion to approve or deny it through
Okay.
an amendment to the plan.
All right,
But
I
right
just
now, there's
wanted
a
to make
cap.
sure you said that out loud so that we know, because I'm basing my vote on what's before me, and that says 700 cap.
It doesn't preclude someone from asking, just to be
Right.
clear, so.
All right, thank you. Let's vote.
Motion approved, 4-0.
Thank you. So my apologies to the folks on item number 22. I made you wait a lot longer than I thought it would be. Do we still have people here for item number 22 wish to speak? Yes. Okay. I believe we were at,
Thank you for telling me I look younger than the developer.
I have it up.
okay, good. My apologies to you.
It's okay.
I really didn't think it was going to be that
I
long.
understand. Should I begin? Am I good?
So we're going to wait until they, could you please calmly leave because we still have our business here. Very critical issue here. Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming. Sorry, wait.
You're okay.
Oh.
It's okay.
All right, could you please quietly leave? Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, you can get started. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Samantha Bartram, and I'm the principal of Coastal Academy High School. We're a high school located in Oceanside, part of the Classical Academies. Service about 5,300 students. To begin with, I'd like to thank the council and the entire team of Oceanside that has continued to support our efforts to serve the local community for the past 20 years. We wouldn't be thriving today without your support. In 2017, Oceanside Unified School District approved a charter modification that allowed us to expand our charter to include grades TK through 12. Coastal High serves a diverse population and is known for an inclusive school culture, personalized learning program, and dynamic parent partnership. We currently serve about 610 students. 30% of those qualify for free and reduced lunch. We're 20% special education. We have students fighting life-threatening illnesses and those whose parents are public servants, active duty military, or first responders. Coastal Academy High School is a tuition-free public charter school. Unlike traditional Oceanside public schools, we do not receive any funding for our facilities. Our buildings are not covered by local taxpayer dollars. As a result, we're often left without needed amenities that support our extracurricular programs. We don't have one student gymnasium to support our 17-plus sports teams. In the name of equity, we want the same opportunities as other Oceanside public school students enjoy. It is their taxpayer dollars that paid for these facilities, so having their children use them seems appropriate. Our partnership with the City of Oceanside has allowed student athletes access to facilities for their respective sports. They have a right to play and practice in the same places as other Oceanside residents. The majority of our students are Oceanside residents. I respectfully implore the council members to consider the facts about Coastal Academy High School and allow us access.
Thank you.
Savio Gwynn.
He was a student, he was going to speak, but we sent him home so he could.
All right. Teresa Tuapola. Hopefully I pronounced that last name correctly.
Chupuola.
Okay, I apologize.
Hi. Thank you for giving me this time. I'm with the organization of Oceanside Pop Warner. We've been established here in Oceanside for 51 years. With our cheering program, we are a growing community. Just this year alone, we had 30% growth with how many signups we have with our cheer and football program. We project that we are going to continue to grow and with the availability of the fields is the #1 priority for us. The process, I've been part of the process of the ad hoc meeting for over a year and being able to learn new things about what classical and all these other district things, what I've learned. What I've learned is that the use agreement between the district and classical is not something that our district in Oceanside has partnership with them. So that's something that I would like for you guys to continue to look into. But as an organization, the process of us being able to request for fields, that has immensely changed to come and being smooth. Now the delegation of the fields, that's something different. Our first week of Pop Warner, we had a football team that was part of the classical community on the football field that we had to do that. We contacted the city about it and they told us to cope with it and to be able to work it out. And after that week, they found another home for them. But I'm finding out just as more involved I've been in this, of the different things that's happening, that we need I feel like Oceanside Pop Warner is a pawn in this game of chess, that it has nothing to do with these organizations who are affected by it. It has everything to do with people sitting in these seats that make the decision. And you guys have lost the heart of making decisions for this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rita Ilasa, to be followed by Jennifer Gurley, to be followed by Robert Espinosa.
Good evening. I don't belong to no special group. I'm not a coach. I'm just a resident of the community of Oceanside. I do have a lot of nephews and nieces who play sports and need these facilities, these fields. But I've seen throughout the years that a lot of our kids are getting pushed out and they end up playing at other cities, which means that now we have to go to other cities to watch our children play. And I think that is not fair, because you guys are pushing our own kids out of their city and playing for another city. And that's not right. Our kids have got to go to another place to play the sport they love. And we have to pay for these facilities. You know, the kids didn't ask for this, but this is what we're stuck with. You know, I just don't like what I see. You know, I love this city, you know, born and raised here, but I'm not seeing what's happening. I don't really like it. You know, like I said, I'm not a coach, I'm not anything, I'm just a resident. And I don't like what I've been seeing throughout the years, especially now, because a lot of my nephews and nieces are playing for sports outside of this county. And I'm not happy about that. And I can't make all them games because they're out of town. But, you know, you guys have the control for that. You know, just let the kids play at their home, play at home. There's no need for them to go to play in Temecula, Marietta, you know, Orange County. We have a city right here they can play in, but it's impossible because prices for us to pay for these facilities for our own kids to play in, you know, man, we need to go back to, like, I don't know, 1950 or something, you know, where things were cheaper and our kids grew up in safer neighborhoods.
Thank you.
Jennifer Gurley? Robert Espinosa?
Robert?
How about Robert Espinosa? How about Sheldon Brown? Sheldon Brown?
Pastor Sheldon? I don't see him.
Okay. Jeff Hoffman? Jose Prieto?
Hello, good evening, Mayor Mr. Sanchez and council members. My name is Jose Prieto. I'm the Vice President of Operations for the Oceanside Breakers. Our organization has been around since 1977, 45 years. We serve roughly close to 2,000 youths, ranging from the age of 2 years old all the way to 18 years old. From programs that are competitive, that they travel regionally, nationally, and also serve recreational. I want to say about 65% of our kids are recreational players. And I've been around as the vice president for the last 10 plus years. So I was around when I had to get applications by paper, and I had to fill them out, had to get a stack about this big, had to go to Junior Seau gym and turn in the applications. And there was times where certain fields or school sites, applications would get missed. Didn't know if it was either my fault or the person that I was giving those papers to. Now with the online system that we have now, or that you use now, is very easy. I'm able to apply for the application. I immediately get a receipt letting me know that you received my application. And then within a couple days, I'll either be told if it was approved or denied, or what the next step process is for me to be able to get fields that our club needs to be able to run. So I appreciate that. I do want to say one thing that I want to ask you, city council members. There is need of fields here. As you heard a lot of people talk today, there is not enough fields for all of the organizations to use. And I think the council needs to kind of figure out a way to kind of bring more fields to the facility, to the city of Oceanside, so everybody can use. Thank you.
Thank you.
Frank Zimmerman. To be followed by Anthony Flores.
I also am from Oceanside Breakers. My name's Frank Zimmerman. I grew up here in Oceanside, played a bunch of different sports, including soccer for the Breakers at Oceanside High, now at Maricosta College. I'm blessed to coach at all three now. And the reason I came back to coach at Breakers was when they hired me in 95, 96 to take over the high school program, no playoffs for 17 years. I didn't win a game my senior year. It needed to change. The way to change that was through the club I played for. We had no fields. We had none from the city then. We used 2 school fields. I won't bring up my employer, Oceanside Unified, needs to let us use those fields, all sports. I'm going to talk about what we need to do in this room. 28 years ago, I started campaigning for fields. I started pushing. I brought kids through here. We built MLK. We built Lance Buchanan. And even though I asked every other sport to help me, and no one believed it would ever happen, Frank, it's never going to happen. We built the SoCal Sports Complex. And we're still 4.5 fields short of what we need for our 2,000 kids. And there's other sports in here that don't have what they need. We need to build fields. We have to do it. There's nothing west of El Camino Real. All the kids in the community that feed my high school play sports in Carlsbad on their turf fields. When you build fields, they got to be turf. They yield 400% more use. And the big kids, the rugby folks, and our older soccer players won't tear them up. We can practice when it rains. We lose kids because we don't have an equal field to play on. And despite that, we all bring home championships because you can't take the heart out of Oceanside. I just hope everyone will believe in me this time and we'll all fight together. Instead of 500 soccer kids, we're gonna have every sport in here. Build the fields.
Thank you.
Right.
Mr. Flores.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council members, for allowing me this opportunity to be heard. I just want to echo what Frank said. We do need synthetic fields. You know, kids are getting shot at, kids are still dying in our neighborhoods, and you guys need to see that. Enough with the poisons and toxins or whatnot, the kids are dying, they need a place to go. You guys shut down fields when there's a drop of rain out there. That's ridiculous. Back to myself. I'd like to give a special thanks to Councilmember Jensen and Councilmember Rodriguez, who's not here tonight, bringing this item on the agenda. This is something the community has been pushing for a number of years. The Parks and Recs division policies and practices are deeply flawed and have been corrupt for years. Special treatment to various organizations has kept local youth from utilizing city facilities. From my own experience going back to 2012, when my daughters played for Oceanside Girls Softball Association, we were butting heads with Tri-City Christian, a school in the city of Vista, baseball team, kicking them off our fields to play ball. All right. And now to hear another high school, Coastal Academy, is taking space at MLK Park for the football program is just that much more infuriating. We've been begging for fields this whole time. I just want to put the focus back on the agenda item. This is simply asking the council to a deep dive review into the Parks and Recs policies and procedures and get equal play for these kids and fair and equitable. I believe the review and update to the policies and procedures are way overdue. And again, I'm extremely grateful to Councilmembers Jensen and Councilmember Rodriguez, and I hope you pass this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's it?
Just real quickly, for those of you that may have showed up late, we actually started this item earlier on the agenda, went to a public hearing item. So if you showed up late, chances are you probably didn't get an opportunity to sign up and probably signed up on off-agenda items. But real quickly, Rose Higuera, did you want to speak on this item, or did you already speak? Or Frank Zimmerman?
Oh, he just spoke.
Oh, yeah, he just spoke. Okay, so I'll take you off. Do you still want to talk on off-agenda items, or was that specifically for this? Okay, just double checking. And that should conclude the speaker. Because whenever we call the item up, we close it out.
Yeah, is there anybody else? That I was trying to, I did not realize there were going to be so many speakers. I had heard maybe 10, and it turned out to be, 21. Is there anybody else that wants to speak on this? Okay, Wayne, why don't you come up and speak? Anybody else?
2 minutes.
Okay. Please state your name, and you've got 2 minutes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kimberly Kwame. I'm part of Girls Fast Pitch of Oceanside, something that we've been building for about 5-6 years now. I've born and raised in Oceanside, California, play softball. This year has been a lot better for us to get fields. When prior to it was hard, we have a snack bar now. We still need some work. But what everyone's saying is very true. It's about these kids, and a lot of us forgot about that. These kids look for sports as an outlet. And when we can't get fields and we can't get them out there and they're going to other cities or just giving up, that's on us as a community. There are some fields. We have to better balance this out. And that includes our schools too. Because Coastal, my personal opinion is they are our community. But we have to better balance this out. We have fields that need work. We have Capistrano Park that nobody uses because parents are afraid to go over there. We got to upgrade. We need more fields. We need to balance this out. And we have to remember, those kids are our future. And we got to let them know that there's more out there. And, it's very important. Very, very important. So that's all I have to say. I thank you for, letting me speak. And I hope that changes can be made. I really do.
Thank you. What was your name again?
My name's Kimberly Kwame.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wayne?
We have 3 minutes.
2. You're number 23.
2 minutes, wow.
I guess 3 people left.
Don't start yet, mister. Got to restructure things. I think, first of all, thank you, Councilmember Corey Jensen and Christopher Rodriguez. Mayor Sanchez, thank you for moving it up. We're trying to get an attempt to get some of our people who came in tonight. They went home, they've got kids, they got school tomorrow.
Right.
The coaching things, they're going to be watching at City Council. I want to thank all you brothers and sisters that came earlier. I got a text from so many people were calling me today. There are sports teams, there are groups that have permits, but a lot of them got calls from rec administration to come down today. There's one that says, be here about 5:30 from CJ Palmer. Get there, giving them directions here to this place right here. So that's probably why from 5:30 to 6, you had a lot of people from the pickleball courts, Janae, we know everybody. And so that kind of pushed things off, and then, Ocean Camp put things here. So appreciate everybody that stayed, but I'm thrilled that people are starting to listen and to seek the truth in Oceanside Parks and Rec Administration. I don't begrudge anybody. Mark Olson and his staff, CJ Palmer, these are nice people. They're raising families and such. But when you come into Oceanside and you bring in a program, a business model or something, and you can't connect or you don't connect, with cultural sensitivity, customer service, all the things that's mentioned in your work plan, things that are mentioned in your mission statements, value statements. We can't connect with that. Why? So you need to get with people, and there's so much here. The Coastal Academy issue is the elephant in the room for us. School district was here. They were never authorized, not even in 2016, never authorized. They've been in there 3-4 years. 5 bleacher donation to the Junior South Beach Community Center. CJ Palmer's part of Coastal Academy, brother-in-law coaching varsity basketball, kids playing there. And you got 5 bleachers totaling $14,000. Nobody called the Seau family, any of the junior siblings sitting right here, or the community. Hey, great donation. Why? And someone's calling it the Oceanside Pier Gymnasium, not the Junior Seau. So we're requesting that a motion is made. It's only 4 of you. It may not happen, but to call for an investigation by the Joint Youth Authorization situation, by Oceanside Unified, Coastal Academy, Parks and Rec, and then also the 5 bleachers. If that's not a conflict of interest, I don't know what is. In your forms, it talks about an ethical level. There's no quid pro quo. You got to have that in the public eye. The perception can't be a conflict of interest, or it becomes a reality in the person who has the perception. So please, if someone could do that, appreciate it. Thank you, Bonnie.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else that I confused by calling it up before at 5:30? Anybody else? Okay.
We're good.
Well, Ms. Jensen.
Well, I believe that there is a perception of inequity with the scheduling of field time, and I think that it needs to be resolved. And Wayne has made a very good point. We need to have another entity come in and look at our scheduling plan and come up with a solution that's equitable for everybody in the community. Our community kids have to be a priority, and we need to come up with a schedule that works for everybody. And I think that's why we're here tonight, and that's what we're asking for. Wayne, did you have any other?
Fantastic the way it's worded in terms of item 22. Fair access, to and permits, and things that the community needs in terms of, accessing, facility usage and so on and so forth. But when you're asking staff to bring a report back to you, and your staff is compromised by accepting donations and having a conflict of interest and being involved with the people that were not in while Coastal Academy had been in for 3 to 4 years were left out. These were Thunder Brugby, who's going to Carlsbad, Vista, Escondido, Encinitas for practice. I've got nephews on that going to Tamarack. Everybody knows this here. We're just talking to the public and people the truth here. So what I'm saying is, please look at that first so that you take care of that. We're in the meetings for the Junior South Beach improvement and the band shell situation, but we got to pinch our nose to say it's great, but you got an issue on the inside of the person that's in there. That has to be reconciled and dealt with straight up. Is this a conflict of interest? You accepted 5 bleachers, you're part of this school. That's a conflict of interest. I don't know what is if it isn't. And so if you're asking these people to come back with a great report about equity, fair play, fair access to it's compromise. You have to take care of that first. I would even say delay the approval or any issue on the Junior South in your workshop next Wednesday until you handle this, because it's not fair. The family, it doesn't matter. I played basketball for Oceanside Varsity for William Wagner, the aquatic. Don't dishonor people when you name something. You try what they've done here at the beach to the, Bill Wagner or RDO with Mayor Woods or MLK. The guy was just stabbed and killed last night. Somebody shot in the head at Balarama Park. So we're seriously here to just say, get the rec admin straight up first. Get your administration straight. With the community, you have to have a level of integrity that can match some of the people that are giving up their time to volunteer, mentor these kids, keep them off the streets and out of gangs. But if that's not happening, then we're in a conundrum. That's what we're talking about today, Corey. So I appreciate that. But it has to be investigated, I would say. Maybe directing the city manager and the city attorney. City attorney knows we've been frustrated for 10 years. I've been at this with Michelle Skaggs-Lawrence, Marjorie Pierce, Deanna Lorson. It goes back years. Please take a look at this. Don't play it off. Thank God we got people, even candidates and people are paying attention to this. It's about our youth. Apolitical, has nothing to do with it. It's about the children in the city of Oceanside. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. So your motion is to direct you've got the wording there? No, we're done. We're done with the public input. Sir, we're done with the public input, and we heard from everybody. Thank you very much. Ms. Jensen?
Yes,
Councilmember
I
Jensen?
think that, well, I'd like to ask, do you think it would be appropriate then to get an outside entity to look at this situation?
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, I guess I'll start. With respect to the issues that have been raised tonight, as Mr. Godinez stated and as some members here have mentioned as well, it is an issue that we've been looking at over the period of several months. The issue of Coastal Academy was brought to staff's attention a few months ago at the time that we became aware of the fact that they had been allocated some field and facility usage based on the presumption that they were part of the joint use agreement.
Right.
We put an immediate end to that. So that is no longer in place. They are no longer receiving scheduling priority based on the assumption that they fall under the existing joint use agreement. That was put to an end several months ago. Through the analysis that I've done as well, and, I've had conversations with various members in the community, in no way, shape, or form do I think that the city was denied revenue by the fact that Coastal Academy was given access to those fields, because at the end of the day, they are a public chartered school. They don't fall under any sort of a category that would require us to charge them for usage of those facilities. Now, whether or not they receive priority that they shouldn't have is a completely different situation. We have discussed this internally. I think that staff does have a number of ideas in terms of improvements that we can make to our process. We've already started instituting some of those. I think some of those recent upgrades were mentioned by some of the speakers tonight in terms of the ease in using some of our systems. Certainly there's some additional work that we can do to make it even better. There are certainly some other issues I think that we as staff agree need to be addressed, and some of those were mentioned tonight. Do I think an outside investigator is needed? I would say no, from my perspective, quite honestly. I do think that we know enough and would certainly continue our dialogue with the community to make sure that any changes that we make to our process address the issues that have been raised and that remain out there in terms of some of the improvements that certainly can be made to our processes.
So you're suggesting that we do an internal fix of this situation, and you're going to include all the community groups to come up with an equitable situation that everybody's happy with?
Yeah, absolutely. We've had several conversations with members of the community, and we would certainly continue to have those conversations moving forward.
Okay, and how long is this going to take? When can you bring this back with some sort of solution?
Well, it really, from my perspective, it's kind of difficult to say, not knowing the extent of community input that we might receive through this process. I would say in an ideal situation, we could probably bring something back within 3 months.
I don't think that's what the community is looking for, though. Because I'm looking at them and they're not happy with that solution. And this is about the community. I think it's my responsibility when the community comes and tells me a problem with the city that I bring it to the city and try to find a solution that makes everybody happy. And if the community is not happy, it's not a solution. So we need...
Can I speak here?
Absolutely.
This issue was brought to the Parks and Rec Commission, and an ad hoc committee was created to investigate some of the concerns that have been brought up and the issues. In fact, the issue about the joint use agreement and Coastal Academy had been brought up over and over again. And I believe it was Mr. Olson, the Parks and Rec director, who made that decision that yes, they are included in the joint use agreement, and I believe it was the Oceanside Unified School District that finally had to get involved to say, no, they're not part of it. So there was that issue of priority that has been, stated clearly. It should not have happened. It's no longer happening. The trust issues, and I think that's a big thing, that those that are in charge will not address the issues that are being brought forward. And that's what I'm hearing, that administratively, those that are in charge do not listen to the community, at least these members of the community, and they don't understand why. So when the ad hoc committee was doing these investigations, it ended up creating problems even within the Parks and Rec Commission, getting split. And I did not understand that either, and it seemed like some of the members were trying to protect maybe staff, thinking that there were attacks on staff, but it was actually trying to find out what is the problem. Why is there this sense of discriminatory treatment of a certain segment of the community? And that's basically it. I mean, you look at who said what tonight. It looks like pickleball is fine. I'm not even sure why they were here. That was interesting that they were here to talk about pickleball. That was not the issue. Hockey, that has never been brought up at the Parks and Rec Commission, that there are some discriminatory treatment. It has been within the fields, football and basketball, and how those facilities are being used. So the wording about equitable access and transparency, I think is getting to the notion, how can we get to a solution and trust that solution? Who is going to be making that solution? So I understand, Mr. Borrego, that it's going to be you. Is that right?
Yes, it would be. And I want to clarify a couple things as well. I mean, as you mentioned, and one thing that really hasn't been addressed is the fact that there is the ad hoc committee that has been formed. That ad hoc committee has not made their final report yet in terms of the recommendations that are going to be coming forth through that effort. And I would expect that we as staff will be revisiting this issue once we hear what those final recommendations are. When I said we could get through this in 3 months, obviously my interest is getting this done quickly so that we can resolve these issues and get these fields allocated, the way that they should be. If the direction is to step back and take a more inclusive process, and certainly that's the direction of the council, we would certainly do that. Again, my interest is getting this resolved as quickly as we can, but if there's, a need to take a step back, I mean, ideally, I would prefer to wait till the recommendations of the ad hoc committee are released so that we're not coming back and doing this twice.
I believe that stalled because the chair tried to add a person to that ad hoc committee that is not being trusted. And so they've not held meetings because the chair took it upon herself to impose somebody without even a vote of any kind. So I don't even know if that's even viable anymore. I mean, we can certainly urge the commission to just let the current makeup of the ad hoc to go forward and not try to impose a fourth person. We can try to do that. Because I think that their work was good. It was going someplace. They were getting information, they were collecting information, and then presenting it to the Parks and Rec Commission with hopefully some recommendations. So I would like to urge the Parks and Rec Commission that it maintain the 3 people who have been on this commission to move forward.
We can certainly have that conversation with them.
Yeah. Councilmember Weiss?
mean, I just heard the city manager say the issue with Coastal Academy is resolved, so I don't know that we need to revisit that. Several weeks ago, you had sent a notice out to the council indicating that you were going to be personally looking into it and hopefully had a recommendation prior to the last Parks and Rec Commission meeting, which was canceled. But I would just ask that, not that we're going to resolve this in one shot, but if you've gotten to the point where the field allocation process, and what I heard, the technical process works just fine. Can you just send us an update, just a memo within the next 30 days as to where you are and what steps are left to do?
I would be happy to do that.
Well, I think it's the public that needs, not just the council.
He said he's been working with the public. So I would just ask, send us an update. We would all have it. You can make it available to the public as well, and we'll at least see where we are.
Well, I'd actually make sure that there would be meetings with you, Mr. Borrego, that would be open to the public, because otherwise it may not get resolved. Yes?
I have had several conversations with members of the public who have shared their concerns with me, and I think I have a pretty good feeling in terms of what the concerns are.
Okay.
And certainly I'm always open to meet with anyone that wants to meet with me. I think I've made that pretty clear since I've been in this position, and if anyone wants to meet with me, any particular group, any particular individual, I'm always happy to meet with anyone and listen to their concerns.
But I just want to be clear, this issue of access, equitable access, at this time is not addressed. It has not been resolved, which is why we have so many people here who have had problems being able to reserve space. So I don't want the impression to be, okay, we got some kind of message that the problem has been resolved. The problem, everything that has been addressed here has not been resolved. Is that correct?
There's certainly room for improvement, absolutely.
Okay.
Mayor,
Councilmember Rice, did you want to
just like
speak again?
add, yeah, one of the biggest complaints, and Mr. Zimmerman raised it as well, is the lack of fields. I think we're putting lights in at Mance Buchanan, which is going to expand field access. And at one point, we had submitted a grant, and I believe there's some ARPA money set aside to look at putting turf and lights at Jefferson, and hopefully the staff will pursue that, which would certainly add to the availability of fields for all the various groups that they're lacking now.
Yes, and I would also mention that we have had conversations with the school district about developing a more equitably balanced joint use agreement with them as well. And those conversations are ongoing, and I do think that I'm optimistic that we're going to be able to make some progress in terms of gaining further access to some of the school district facilities.
Okay, so the direction that you have to staff is this motion?
Yes, but I think we're going to add the 30-day update.
Your mic is not on.
Yes, and I think we're going to add the 30-day update that you'll come back to us with an update for the council.
Yes, I believe if I understood Councilmember Weiss's recommendation, it was to come back with a memo updating the council in terms of where we're at.
Okay.
That would be made public, that would be on our website type deal?
Absolutely, I'd be happy to share that publicly,
Okay.
sure.
So with that added language, that is your motion?
Yes, that's my
All right.
motion.
Second?
You were talking, I thought you would.
All right, I'll second it. Any other requests to speak? No? Okay, let's vote.
Motion approved, 4-0.
Thank you. Do we have any items, requests to speak on items not on the agenda?
Yes, we do. We have 9 speakers under item number 21 off agenda items. Our first speaker is Scott Becker, if he is still here. I do not see Mr. Becker here, so we'll move on to Arlene Hammerschmidt, to be followed by John Botorff, if he is still here, to be followed by Jose Prieto, who I don't know if he was here for the other item or not. Mr. Botorff is here, and Ms. Hammerschmidt is making her way down.
So is Arlene the only one of the 9?
Sandra Martinez, she's gone. Linda Walshaw's here. John Botorff is here. Brandon Ebeling. Oh, he is still here. Mikhail Medale? I don't see her.
So is that 5 people?
And Rose Higuera? Jose Prieto? Okay. 1, 2, 3. So we have 4 speakers tonight.
Okay.
So,
Arlene?
Thank you. Arlene Hammerschmidt, Ruralish Fire Mountain. This is regarding the gatekeepers organization that I believe we have a city contract with, which, what is it? Main Street I am dehydrated, I can't talk right anymore. Main Street Oceanside is supposed to be the coordinator or has something to do with that. I've had, just for a little history on the gatekeepers, their reputation from Hemet is that they bully and physically abuse the homeless to get them to move on. I had a recent conversation with a young man who is also homeless, who had $200 stolen from him by a gatekeeper's security person. When he reported this to the police, this same person that rousted him came to his place of employment and harassed him and the owner of this place where this man works. I'm sure that's not appropriate behavior. The question is, who has oversight on the activities of the gatekeepers to correct this kind of behavior? These are infringements of personal rights, really? And we don't need that reputation in Oceanside. As this young man who couldn't be here tonight said to me, we're half homeless. Where do we want them? Would we rather have them sleeping on the sidewalks outside of businesses after business hours? Or do we want to chase them out of that area and push them to residential areas where they'll be sleeping and are now sleeping on personal private property, lawns, and porches? This is a problem, and the biggest question is, what can be done about it? Who makes that decision? Who follows through with that? I know we have a homeless problem, and I know it's interfering downtown, but we know we can't be the Gestapo here. That we don't need that. We do not need that reputation. Thank you for your time and attention. What can be done? That's the question.
Thank you.
So I wanted to share something with you. Down by the harbor at the old Jolly Roger, that they had taken out all the grass and the ground cover and put in the synthetic turf. I don't know if it's because of the rain, but basically all the synthetic turf has been torn apart. It looks like the rain kind of floated it all away. This is an Oceanside city property. There's debris everywhere. There's these huge 6-8-inch long steel spikes in that pile, along with all kinds of debris. You can see right there synthetic turf debris, which is microplastics, right by the water. Right there by the drain that goes right into the harbor. This is my personal favorite. This is the piles of plastic turf thrown into the recycling bin. Plastic turf is not recyclable in any shape, way, or form. So that's a serious, serious problem. That's hundreds of pounds of plastic grass that is thrown into a recycle bin, which is going to end up in a dumpster somewhere. So that is city property, so please address that. I also wanted to touch on some more of the lead comments. I only had 2 minutes. Research shows that anyone living around a general aviation airport has elevated levels of lead in their blood. That is research proven. The EPA and the FAA have recently approved unleaded fuel for avgas. So I've sent you guys all emails and stuff before, so please pursue getting unleaded avgas at the airport, because right now, by not doing that, you are exposing everyone in that area, plus now the Oceanside camp, to lead poisoning. Lead is an incredibly powerful neurotoxin. People who live near general aviation airports have blood level lead to where like the kids at Flint did. This is a serious, serious health issue and environmental issue, so please address that. And lastly, I know you guys have heard me talk about air pollution and wood smoke quite a bit. The rings have been removed during the harbor days, which was great. The air down at the harbor was wonderful and clean because the fire rings were gone. The fire rings are back, and now every night it's full of smoke. So again, wood smoke is air pollution and is an environmental hazard. Please remove the rings. Thank you.
Linda Walshaw.
Good evening. I'm back again. Okay, two quick things. One is I've had some calls from our mobile homeowners who thank you very much for increasing the grant amount for the mobile home rehabs and loans. However, when they've gone to the city's website, the application itself is no longer on the city's website. There used to be a web link to the application to start the process or more information about how the grant program worked. And now it's just a phone number, a contact phone number. So people are requesting that could we please put the application back on the city's website and information about the process itself so that there's information for them to find when they go there. And second, I got some calls from people who attended last night's Onward Oceanside presentation on the general plan. And there were some concerns that there was nothing about seniors and nothing about mobile home communities in that plan. So that people were asking for the next phase of the plan when it's presented on the 26th. Could we please have some information about what is the plan for mobile home communities and for senior housing? So that would be helpful. Thank you so much.
I'm Brandon Ebling, 917 Hillfield Court, and familiar to some on the council. I'm here prematurely, I guess, but decided to stick around and speak on the upcoming issue of the Eddie Jones warehouse matter. What are the implications with respect of this project with respect to public safety, risks, impacts? Ingress, egress come to mind, emergency services, evacuation of 800 households, considering the potential exponential risk of fuel spilling in fuel contamination, turning the San Luis Rey Federal Waterway into a Superfund site, and or two, at the same time, providing source for a fueling a fire ignited by a homeless encampment, instantly sparking into a catastrophic conflagration, first consuming the dense, dry riverbed vegetation, and then leveling entire communities, leaving countless people and pets potentially dead or scarred in the explosive wake of the unstoppable firestorm consuming everything in its hellish path. I've got some familiarity with that as a forester and having worked for the CDF and firefighting operations. Two, other related safety considerations for a project and concerns the implication of co-locating 600 people at the end of a runway where there's been 3 recent crashes, close proximity to San Luis Rey Elementary School, new commercial facilities, 700 houses, 300 rooms, a water park, directly in the landing path of the runway. And what are the intermodal implications of this warehouse? Is this warehouse a fueling point or distribution point? What are the impacts for airport operations, e.g. will this operation include air-delivered cargo, i.e., I understand an AC-130 not recently, but at one point, landed and left this airport. Noise element, diesel trucks operating 24/7 adjacent to these existing 800 homes, average daily traffic, what is the implications to that? And what are the positions of the federal and state or county governments, impacts on waterways, adjacent habitats, endangered species, Lis Belvario? None of this is empty rhetoric. The potential for just such scenarios are just as real as you and I sitting here today.
Thank you, sir.
You bet. I would just add the realist creed. Think tragically to avoid tragedy.
Thank you.
There are no more speakers.
Thank you. Item number 24, under adoption of ordinances, adoption of an ordinance amending various sections of Chapter 2, Article 4 of the Oceanside City Code, establishing a minimum qualifications for a candidate for city treasurer.
I'll go ahead and title. This is the adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oceanside amending Chapter 2, Article 4 of the Oceanside City Code, establishing minimum qualifications for candidates for city treasurer.
Let's vote. I'm assuming there were no requests to speak on behalf of the public.
Motion approved, 3-1. Sanchez, no.
Item number 25 is adoption of an ordinance amending Article 30, Section 3007 of the zoning ordinance to establish new home occupation permit regulations. Title, please.
This is the adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oceanside amending Article 30 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance regarding home occupation permit ZA 21-00006.
Please vote.
Motion approved, 4-0.
Thank you. Any general council member comments? Seeing none. I do want to state that our apologies to our community, Oceanside residents. Normally, every year, we announce the Senior of the Year at our Senior Expo. We are in the process of doing that, and so, because we just had the expo last week. So my understanding is that there will be an announcement of the program, and applications will be made available week of October 24th. Applications will be accepted November 1st through November 30th, the 1st through 30th, so 1 month. Parks and Rec Commission will be selecting 3 members to serve on the selection team to be done at the November meeting, and application review and selection process to be completed by December 20th. And then there will be a special lunch and ceremony to be held in early 2023. Thank you very much, staff, for putting that together. Thank you. And this meeting is adjourned to October 26, 2022 for a mayor council workshop at 2 o'clock to discuss a beachfront feasibility study phase 2. Thank you.